Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the regular council meeting of Monday, March 28th. I'll now call this meeting to order and acknowledge that we're meeting on the traditional territory of the Sauk and Scia'new nations. All right, so we're on item 5 already. Look at us go. Approval of the agenda. And I'm going to pass this over to Councillor Beddoes, because I know you have something you'd want to.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to remove from the consent agenda 11.2, and that's the OCP in March 21st be pulled for the from the consent agenda for further discussion. That's 11.2.
Thank you. So we'll add that to the list here. Anything else from council? Councilor St. Pierre?
Will there be an opportunity when we're voting on the consent agenda to pull additional items?
This is the time now to pull any items.
I'd like to pull the first item of correspondence from Melanie Hogland for discussion.
Just looking for it here. Oh, it was in correspondence?
In correspondence, first item, Melanie Hogland.
All right. Any other councillors need to add to the agenda? Okay, so we also have some supplementary information for item 6.1, 6.2 in your yellow package, and also we received that by email earlier today. So the motion for the approval of the agenda will be that the agenda for March 28th, 2022 regular meeting of council be adopted as amended with the additions of the supplementary info for items 6.1, 6.2, and 12.4. Is anyone else's? Are these not working?
No, they're not turned on.
That's okay. And that we pull for discussion item 11.2 for discussion on the OCP and correspondence item 1.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Bateman, seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor? Carried. Hopefully we can get the screens up.
Yeah, just press the button.
Press the button on the very back, right in the corner.
Bottom right.
Oh, birdies.
Just turn one up.
I'll
be back.
We'll just give us a moment here while we get our technology working.
Whoa.
No, Megan screwed it up for everyone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, bear with us while we just work on our technical issues. Oh, sorry, I wasn't speaking with it. Is that better?
Yeah, just some, yeah, there's some of the counselors.
Yeah.
Hard to hear.
Next to.
Oh, that looks promising.
There we are.
Thank you, staff. The old plug. Oh, it's a little odd, but it will do. It's purple, but that's okay. That's a nice color. I'm going to time out for a minute because I did forget a housekeeping item. which is just the announcement of the bathroom renovations. The washrooms adjacent to council chambers are currently undergoing renovations and are unavailable to accommodate members of the public who may need to use washroom facilities during tonight's meeting. I'll call for a health break at some point. Staff can then provide directions to washrooms located throughout the municipal hall. And should you need to use the washroom facilities outside of this health break, please approach a member of staff at the back table and someone will escort you to the nearest location. Okay. All right, so we are good with the agenda. Good, thank you. So we're going to move into item 6, which is public and statutory hearings. And I'll read the statement on the public hearing. So the public hearing is being held pursuant to the Local Government Act. Oh, should I read which one first? No, because this is applicable to both. At this public hearing, any person who believes that their interest in property is affected by the proposed bylaw will be given a reasonable opportunity to be heard or to present written submissions respecting matters contained in the bylaw that are the subject of this hearing. Copies of written submissions received to date are available. And that's in your supplementary items, Council. It is important that all who speak at this hearing restrict their remarks to matters contained in the bylaw, and it is my responsibility as chair of this hearing to ensure that all remarks are so restricted. Those of you who wish to speak at the appropriate time, commence your address to Council by clearly stating your name and the municipality of residence. Then you may give us the benefit of your views concerning the proposed bylaw. Submissions must be received before or during the public hearing in order to be considered by council. Members of council may, if they so wish, ask questions of you following your presentation or submission. However, the main function of council members this evening is to listen to the views of the public. It is not the function of council at this public hearing to debate the merits of the proposed bylaw with individual citizens. Everyone who deems their interest in property to be affected shall be given the opportunity to be heard at this hearing. No one will be or should feel discouraged or prevented from making their views known. Please note that this hearing forms part of the regular council meeting and as such is being video recorded. Videos and their contents, including any personal information disclosed during the public hearing, will be posted on the district's website. So with that, we'll move into our first public hearing, which is item 6.1 on the zoning bylaw, zoning amendment bylaw number 822. And we should have a presentation from staff to start us off.
Thank you very much. There's a number of zoning amendments being proposed tonight here. I'll go through the list that we've provided. The first are the administrative amendments. And so these are ones just to provide accurate correctness from an administrative standpoint. So the first one being removal of Tominey Road mixed-use comprehensive development zone. This is a zone that no longer has any properties with that zoning in the zoning bylaw. So the request is to have that removed as those properties are now zoned as medium lot residential. The next, ensure correct sections in Local Government Act are referenced. And since the Local Government Act was amended in 2015, a number of these references still exist to the previous sections. So the proposal is to update them as per the current act. And the last administrative recommended amendment is to correct references to outdated section numbering. So when the cannabis amendments were inserted into the zoning bylaw, the section numbering for commercial school in the C4 zone changed. And condition of use in section 4.04.8E was not changed, so it needs to be corrected to reference that correct section for commercial schools. The next one, the amendment to the definition of lot area. The definition as it stands right now is of a lot. It's determined after removing natural bodies of water, areas of land within the power line right of way, areas of land on a steep slope, areas of land in a ravine, and areas of land below the top of the bank for a river, stream, or water course. This creates potentially complicated calculations for the applicant to determine what the final lot area is. It also impacts, the impacts of excluding specific areas from the final lot means that there would be less amenity area at the time of calculation. The lot coverage would also be less, as well as the maximum density calculations would be less after excluding all those items. So therefore, the recommendation is to revert back to a more simplified definition that previously existed, which means the horizontal area within the lot lines of a lot. The third one is to allow a vacation accommodation within secondary suites. These are permitted as accessory uses currently in several zones. Staff received numerous inquiries from members of the public and realtors asking if a secondary suite can be used as a vacation accommodation. Following legal opinion on the interpretation of the zoning bylaw, staff have been allowing vacation accommodation to operate within a legal secondary suite. Secondary suites defined as being contained within a single family dwelling. Therefore, vacation accommodation is allowed in a secondary suite, which is consistent with the legal opinion that we had received. Therefore, the recommendation is to provide that additional clarity that a secondary suite may be used as a vacation accommodation unit. Fourth, next one, an amendment to section 3.22 setbacks water. So we had adopted a new section on September 28, 2020. However, staff did not foresee the complications that would be created when having the 30-meter setback from the natural boundary of any lake, river, pond, marsh, stream, watercourse, wetland, or source of drinking water included in the zoning bylaw. We've had approximately 10 development variance permits that were submitted to vary 30-meter setback. One of the challenges that we've experienced occurs when less than 30-meter streamside protection and enhancement area setback was accepted as part of a previously issued development permit for environmental protection, or as part of subdivisions that were approved and registered prior to the amendment back in September 28th, 2020. The setback requirement did not exist in the zoning bylaw prior to the September 2020 date. Therefore, variances were not a requirement at that time. The Local Government Act allows municipalities to designate development permit areas in their official community plan to protect the natural environment, its ecosystems, and biological diversity. In the OCP, protection of the natural environment, its ecosystems, and biological diversity within development permit area number 2, community growth areas and comprehensive development designated area exists. If a property is identified to be in an environmentally sensitive area, then a development permit under DPA number 2 is required. The development that qualifies under the exemptions listed in the OCP for riparian protection regulations will still have the streamside protection enhancement area applicable at the time of building permit or subdivision. So typically what we've seen over the last year are those applications that are now subject to those changes that we had made in September of 2020. And so regardless of whether a development permit was required or not, the riparian area protection regulations still apply throughout the entire development and building permitting processes. So with that, the recommendation from staff is to rely on an accepted assessment report prepared in accordance with the riparian area protection regulations methods, and is also certified by a qualified environmental professional, which needs to be accepted by the province. In those instances, what we would see is a streamside protection enhancement area specified in those reports, and staff is suggesting the additional requirement that a 1 meter buffer from that setback be established by the accepted assessment report to ensure that buildings and structures are not placed right next to the streamside protection enhancement line. The fifth, administrative changes to correct the definition of steep slope as well as section 3.25. So on March 9th, 2020, council gave first and second reading to the zoning bylaw amendment that proposed the existing wording in the zoning bylaw. That time, no changes were proposed to the 30-meter steep slope percentage or any references to the 30% steep slope percentage in the zoning bylaw. At the time when the bylaw was presented to council during the public hearing, an earlier draft of the steep slope percentage was presented, which indicated 20% and not the 30% that was observed by council at first and second reading. At no point during the process of first and second reading or during the public hearing was there a request or any concern presented from council, from staff, or from members of the public with regards to changing the percentage of the steep slope from 30 to 20%, or to exclude land on a steep slope from the definition of lot area. Staff would like to reinstate what the bylaw originally proposed at the time that council gave first and second reading on March 9th of 2020. The sixth amendment is to add small suite as a permitted accessory use in the watershed, forest, and agricultural RU1 zone. Of the parcels of land currently zoned RU1 within the district, 4 parcels are not within the agricultural land reserve. 3 parcels are partially in the agricultural land reserve, and the remaining 3 parcels are entirely within the agricultural land reserve. Allowing 1 secondary suite or 1 small suite in the RU3 zone and in the RU1 allows greater residential flexibility for lands or portions of those lands that are not in the agricultural land reserve. And so part of this has also been based on discussions that we've had with interested landowners. And this would certainly address some of the housing and development opportunities that they could be presented, given that we've analyzed the potential for those properties, and the addition of the small suite would then add another housing unit on their property, which currently doesn't exist. The seventh and last are the subdivision zoning regulations. The big one here is to merge, simplify, and clarify the sections specific to subdivision zoning. And so there's 3 different sections, specifically in Part 3, general regulations of the zoning bylaw. Merging the 3 sections into 1 section will enhance customer service and ease of use, as well as house the zoning regulations for subdivision in 1 location. These recommendations include merging the lot areas and width section, panhandle lots section, and the lot areas and frontages section in the zoning bylaw into 1 section specifically geared towards subdivision. Also to amend section 3.14A to be more descriptive, to read as follows: no land shall be subdivided into lot or lots having a lot area or lot width less than the minimum prescribed by this bylaw. Also to amend the next section to follow standard bylaw language. And lastly, relocate section 3.15E, including its diagram for part 2 definitions under yard, and add a definition for panhandle front yard and insert this new definition below. The next one is one that has come up numerous times regarding new subdivision zoning regulations. So a common question that we receive from the public and realtors is, can a lot line adjustment be considered where the proposed adjustment will result in a lot or lots which do not comply with the minimum lot area set out in the applicable zone? It's not uncommon to allow a lot line adjustment between 2 lots if the lot line adjustment does not create additional lots and the proposed subdivision results in the same or lesser number of lots, and none of the lots to be created is smaller in area or width than the smallest of the existing lot of land being subdivided. So what does this mean? It allows the approving officer to consider a lot line adjustment between existing lots, regardless of the minimum lot area and width prescribed in the zoning bylaw. So looking from a density standpoint, much of this would remain the same. What we're doing is modifying property boundaries. So in the instance where somebody wants to add a small suite perhaps on their property, but they don't have the necessary setbacks from property lines, they can make these adjustments through a lot line adjustment with the approving officer and still not meet the minimum lot line requirements. It's a barrier that's currently in place. So this provision would allow that approving officer to consider these applications on a case-by-case basis if they meet the criteria being stipulated in this proposed amendment. And with that, that's the summary of the 7 different areas of zoning amendments that staff have proposed. In the subsequent public hearing item, there is also an additional item regarding density bonus that I'll provide as part of a separate presentation. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Pella. All right, so we will head into our section for public input. I just want to remind council as well, we have received 4 pieces of written correspondence on this item. And if any members of the public would like to speak on bylaw or zoning amendment bylaw 8:22 now is your time. Please come up to the microphone and state your name and municipality for the record.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alan Dolan. I live in Melrick Place in Souk. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. On 822, I had some general comments that some of these things seem to be part of the OCP, the draft OCP, and it seems surprising that we're covering these things right now when in fact they will be in the OCP once it's approved. I'm only going to mention some concerns. Everything else I'm fine with. On vacation accommodations and secondary suites, I do not support this part of the amendment. We desperately need rental accommodations. We don't want people renting places out for vacation. I don't really know if we have a paucity of tourism accommodations. I think other tourism accommodations could be better dealt with by traditional B&Bs, hotels, motels, campgrounds, cabins, and that sort of thing. On the 30-meter setback, I don't support this part of the amendment as well. I find this section a bit confusing. It talks about lakes and streams and wetlands, etc., classic riparian stuff, which is all freshwater. And then in the end, the wording, talking about revised wording, it talks about the natural boundary of the sea. So I'm unclear as to whether this covers all water, both saltwater and freshwater. Either way, I believe that it should be a 30-meter setback. There's a pile of research. I'm a biologist, an aquatic biologist. There's a pile of research to support 30 meters, and that's why the riparian regulations are set out at 30 meters. I like the present system where a biologist, sometimes you can move that line, and if you bring in a professional biologist, then I'm fine with that. I think that's a great idea. I think the system works the way it is. So I just don't think that the blanket 15 meters makes sense in terms of what science we have. Steep slope, I prefer 20%, not 30%. When I look at the slope instability map in the OCP, and then I look up the hill from where I live in Melrick, and there's a whole bunch of places that have been built on really, really steep ground. And the way they get around it is they blast all the rock away, and then it's not as steep. So I don't even know how much this is going to stop people from building on difficult slopes, on high slopes, steep slopes. But I think I think we should stick with as low a slope as possible in the hopes that people would not be building on precarious slopes. Okay. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Dolan.
Okay.
Come on up. The price is right.
It's on. It's William Wallace from Souk. That was a mouthful from Matthew, and it's a little hard to take it all in. But what I'm here to talk about is the setback from the water, and I would like to know whether it does refer to the sea level. But reducing it to 15 meters gives a significant building area, additional building area to a potential lot. And we all know with a additional building opportunity, more trees are going to be taken down closer to the water. And I think it has a detrimental effect to the shoreline, not only on rivers, but on our harbor. If you have been down to Ed McGregor Park lately, down by the ramp on the western section, you'll see a property next door property that has been totally logged. And you'll see significant erosion happening. I ask you to go down, walk down the ramp. Then you'll look at the bottom of the ramp, and the ramp pillars are shifting. They've had to have the significant reinforcing done. That something is happening to the slope, whether it's connected to the logging on the next door, I'm not sure, but there is a significant movement in the ramp. And given the topography of our coastline, there's a significant opportunity for that. So I asked that maybe we should look at these slopes from a different angle. Maybe we should look at them from a climate point of view. Maybe we should look at them from a greenhouse gas emission. When a geotechnical report is required on these properties, maybe it should include greenhouse gas analysis. How many trees are being taken down? What is the amount of cement being poured? How much blasting is going to be going on? A number of municipalities have checklists that have to be submitted prior to any building permit being issued. And especially on our coastlines, I think it's imperative that we look at the greenhouse gas implications and the slope stability of these projects. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace.
My name is Greg Hill. I live down on Dufour in Souk here. As everybody seems to be talking about whether this change in the 15 meter does affect the ocean, I might as well say something myself from the other point of view. Most of the people who have purchased their houses down on the water, including myself, have been there a long time. I've been there 20 years. We purchased those homes with the existing house in the setback that it is now. And even though the talk is that this affects streams, we've been there for a long time, and there's people who've been there much longer than we have. And this thought that if this went to 30 meters, would be detrimental to the people living down that area who have spent big money to live down there. We pay a lot of money in taxes. It just brings up real complications, like what happens if your house burnt down? Could you build back on your same lot? Some people would be pushed onto the street. It just makes it. I can understand where you would have new developments set out a 30 meter buffer zone. I understand that. But with existing houses, you can't change the rules 30 years after the fact, right? People have spent a lot of money. Their houses, this is most of their money is probably put into their house, and to change the rules on them is just not right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hill. Hi, just press the little button there. Yes, thank you.
Okay. My name is Janet Tate, and I live on Dufour Road as well. And what's brought me here tonight is the concern about vacation rentals. So we live, we're at 1564 Dufour, so we're 3 houses in from the corner. And we have 2 Airbnbs from the corner to us, with another one planned to go in next door. And we have a B&B across the road that's always been there, and we have the Harbor House. So my question is, has there been any consideration of density of vacation rental around people's properties and its impact on their ability to enjoy living in their property? Much like Mr. Hill, I've lived in my home for 13 years, and this wasn't even on the radar when we built it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tate.
Hi, I'm Susan Belford, and I live here in Souk. I'm glad that I sent my words to you in advance, because when I had them printed, my printer is broken and I had to send it off to be printed, and I printed the wrong thing. So I'm kind of speaking from memory and from an earlier draft. I want to focus specifically on the vacation rentals in secondary suites, and then again on the setback. While it's true that a secondary suite is contained within a house that contains a dwelling, if it has its own kitchen, it is legally a separate dwelling. And I think you could probably make a good case, and lawyers would have a lot of fun parsing that. I want to point out that 30%, I think it's 30%, I think that's what the housing needs report said, of Souk residents are now in core housing need. There's a lot of people don't have a place to live. If you take these secondary suites out of the rental stock, you're not going to hurt the homeowner. The homeowner will still be able to pay their mortgage, but you are going to hurt renters because they're going to find that their pool of potential accommodation shrinks, because it's going to be, I think it would be quite tempting for homeowners to say, well, I could make the same amount or more in a month and only have people here for a few days in a month. So I think that Souk needs to consider all its residents, not just the ones that own property. Much has been said in this chamber recently about these people that don't have enough and that are in difficult situations. This amendment will not improve their situation. It will make it worse. On the 15-meter setback, I listed it as the 15-meter foreshore setback, but I think that the 15-meter setback for the riparian setback is incorrect, as well as setting such a narrow setback for the foreshore. The draft community plan is trying to help Souk lead for environmental reasons. And it really seems to me like the reasoning for the change being proposed is really that, well, there were a number of non-conforming designs in the approvals queue. And so therefore we can't change because we can't. And I think that's silly, quite frankly. It seems to me that the district could lead and could be true to principle and fair to proponents by phasing in the 30-meter setback, so that the people that were already in the queue, absolutely, they're already in the queue. They were dealing with a particular set of rules. Don't make them change, but tell us all in a year, 2 years, it's going to be a 30-meter setback, because there's good science to show that these are needed. Land isn't just real estate. It's our lungs, it's our water supply, it's our health. So we need to start treating it with some care. And I would like Souk Council to lead on this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Belford.
Ellen Lewis, Sukuzi. I would like to speak to the 15-meter setback and increasing it to 30. I think it's wrong. I think because we're speaking in the OCP about it, and you're going to also have a public meeting, there was a big discussion about that. People are upset about that setback. I don't think it should be done now. I think you should hear feedback from all of the community in this regard. And it does make a lot of properties legal non-conforming, which, yes, if they burn down, they can't be replaced. And there was some mention made that the Board of Variance could allow that to happen. And having served on that for 17 years, no, it can't. If more than 40% of it is destroyed, it cannot be replaced. So I would hope that you'd seriously think about that we don't go forward with the increase of 30 to 30. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. That's okay. Yep, there's just a little button for the microphone there. Yeah, you got it.
Okay. I'm Susan Clark, live in Souk. Yeah, I just had a couple of short things to say regarding the setback. The 30-meter setback is actually a provincial regulation, and it's been around for quite some time. So I'm kind of surprised to hear that this is not good enough for Souk and that we're actually going to roll it back to 15. That doesn't make any sense. I don't know where the science is on that. Maybe I'm wrong in saying that, but that's kind of the way it sounds. And it seems to me that the intention of the science is that 30 meters on either side of a stream or water body, freshwater body, is reasonable, especially in this particular environment that we live in, where the mountain meets the sea. We're living on a slope. Our whole area is a slope, actually, and we're talking about slopes, but we're talking about water courses going down and meeting the sea. So I think we're probably, talking about something that might be more relevant in another part of British Columbia, perhaps. But right here, I think we really need to acknowledge where we live and what we're dealing with. And when we have water courses, we often have fish in them. And we have a lot of other critters that, make the environment a healthy environment for fish and so on. So the science is there, 30 meters is there. And if you have a situation which requires an adjustment to that, and you have a biologist come and make a report, that's what you're supposed to do. And then it can be changed. But to roll it all the way back to 15 with absolutely no science behind you, to me, doesn't make any sense. So I don't support that particular amendment. I also want to talk about the vacation accommodation. Again, we live in a beautiful place where the mountain meets the sea. Everybody wants to come here. Of course, they want vacation rentals. People want to move here, so we have to flatten everything out so we can build out and become a metropolis. But that's not where we live. Why people want to come is because we are mountains going down to the sea. We're not flattened out urban area. So again, it's kind of like, when are we going to kind of figure out where we live and say, this is where we live, this is our place. And we're not necessarily going to do things the way developers do them everywhere else. And it's not Edmonton here, it's not Calgary, it's not even Vancouver. So we have our own particular backyard to deal with, and we're going to do it in the most responsible way that we can. And we're going to keep with our principles and keep with the strategies that have already been worked out for the District of Souk. And those strategies include the low carbon resilience, the strategy of being prepared for the coming changes in climate. And a lot of things are going to change for a lot of homeowners. There's no question about it. That is going to change. There are going to be changes. And I think people who already have properties and have buildings, a lot of those situations will obviously be, grandfathered in. And should something terrible happen that they have to rebuild. But there are also going to be a lot of places that people do lose from forest fire or whatever. And we have to be really serious about, are we going to rebuild in an area that's been flooded? Are we going to rebuild in an area that's been burnt out? A lot of these decisions are going to happen as we go along. There aren't going to be any pat answers, and I would avoid pat answers. I would say we need to deal with things that really specifically. I think I must have run out of 2 minutes. I'm sorry. Really? I don't know much about the lot area, and it's more of a question. It seems to me that you're going in the right direction when you're saying, okay, you've got a lot, but a lot of that lot is a wetland, and you're not going to build there, and so on. So I think that's important for a landowner. When you're buying a piece of land and you go, oh, well, gee, look, 25% of my land is a wetland. I could drain that and I could put a secondary sweet there, or a small sweet there, or I could just steward that land, as would be expected. And I think that, again, this idea of things being more specific is better than things being like, oh, they're just a two-dimensional thing on a piece of paper. That's not what land is, and that's not our responsibility. I think that if you're just talking about, if you're talking about greenfield development, I think we're already talking about that in the OCP. And we want to avoid as much as possible greenfield development, which in some respects makes this less of an issue. Anyways, I say I don't really know that much about lot stuff, but I feel there's a lack of consistency all around in terms of how we're going about a lot of this zoning. And I'd personally really like there to be a recognition of where we live and what the challenges are, you know, going ahead. And let's just make it something that our kids can live with. And yeah, thank you.
Great, thank you, Ms. Clark. Any other speakers on this item? Okay, we'll call for a second time for any speakers to zoning amendment bylaw number 822. And we'll call for a third time. Any final takers? Great, so I will now turn this over to council to ask questions. I just have a few questions that I'll bring forward on behalf of the folks who spoke today. And then if council has any further questions, please let me know. So a couple, I heard a few, so I'm going to pass that over to staff. The first one is regarding the draft OCP and why we're covering some items now, specifically likely the setback items, and how that process looks.
So I believe there might be some confusion with the different processes that are currently underway. So the official community plan and then these proposed zoning amendments. As it reads right now in the zoning bylaw, the setback to the sea is 15 meters. That remains unchanged with this proposed amendment. The wording for that has changed a little bit just because of the complications of A and B, A being the setback to the sea, which remains 15 meters, and there's a notwithstanding clause, because then in the subsequent section under B, where we actually talk about the amendment that's before council, is the riparian areas to the freshwater. And so we have removed the 30 meters from that as the requirement and are relying on the qualified professionals assessment that is to be accepted by the province, which is consistent with the riparian areas regulation. So there's a method of what they use from those regulations to establish the streamside protection and enhancement area. So we are relying on that professional to establish that, to have their report accepted by the province. And then what we're asking for is to have a 1 meter setback from that line. In our current process, yes, we state that there's 30 meters, and typically what you've seen in the 10 variances that I mentioned in the report is that the applicant will come forward, ask for a variance request. Let's say it says they can be 15 meters setback. That's where the boundary is. What we would be saying now is do that same work and then add 1 meter. So really they're going to be 16 meters back. So we're gaining an additional meter just to create a bit of a buffer from that streamside protection and enhancement area boundary. We feel the reliance on the professional is the best method, and that's what's been established by the province through their regulations.
Great, thank you. That makes sense to me. And I guess that sort of answers the question about the freshwater saltwater situation. I have a few more, but is it on that? Go for it.
I just want to clarify. My understanding is that local legislation does not supersede provincial legislation at any point in time, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so within the process that we're looking at, we are not actually, we're basically using the province's method straight up. We're not coming up with anything new. We're using what's tried and true. Is that correct?
That's correct. And in addition, we're trying to make the process more effective and reduce the number of variances when what we're recognizing is these are provincial regulations that need to be adhered to. And so we had added an additional process, which was requiring somebody to come forward with a variance for something that was being already accepted by the province. But because our zoning bylaw stipulated it, that was an additional step that was added with that variance requirement.
So to clarify again, someone would have had to do the work twice? Or not?
So not so much do the work twice, but if the information that was accepted by the province allowed them to do their development outside of the setback area, but we had stipulated that there was a 30-meter setback area, we were asking for them to come forward and get a variance for that area between the 30 and whatever the province had accepted as the setback area. So we created a gray zone between the 30 meters and whatever their qualified professional said was the actual stream side protection enhancement area setback.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And another question on the setback that we've heard a few times, but it would be great to have a response again from staff is what happens if my house burns down?
So as it stands right now, as I had mentioned, because we're not altering the 15 meters, it stands as is. So any properties that are closer than 15 meters to the ocean, then they would fall under that legal non-conforming status. So if they were to come back, they would need to have a qualified professional indicate that they could continue to do construction within that 15 meters. Otherwise, as it stands right now, from a setback to the ocean perspective, they would need to be 15 meters or greater setback.
Thank you. I heard another question as well about the vacation rentals. When I read through the report, it seems like this is simply providing clarity to what we have presently in our bylaw and not necessarily allowing or disallowing vacation rentals in a sense. But I could be wrong, and if you could provide some information on that, that would be great.
No, you're correct. So based on the current practice that's being administered, this amendment brings that into alignment, which is also consistent with the legal opinion that we had received saying that the vacation accommodation can be included in the secondary suite. We're just providing greater clarity within the text of the zoning bylaw to indicate that.
Okay, thank you very much. That covers all the questions I have. I'll turn it over to the rest of council if anyone has questions. Councillor St. Pierre.
I'm going to follow up on the Airbnb thing again, because I'm curious. So at this point in time, we're really looking for clarification and not making any changes, but as has been pointed out, actually making changes could potentially help our renters. Is that true? And is there anything in process right now that could lead to that?
I believe that might be part of a much larger conversation that might be consistent with a zoning bylaw review. So once the official community plan has been adopted, the next stage would be to go through a more comprehensive zoning bylaw review where we could ask those questions of the public to get a better sample of feedback as to what those potential impacts would be based on the changes that you had suggested.
And if I could, maybe just to augment that, lots of good studies around the province. So a lot of communities have went to regulate short-term rentals, but there is not a direct correlation between regulating short-term rentals and keeping stock open for long-term rentals. Some will just not rent their space long-term because of the issues that come along with that. So we shouldn't think that every secondary suite that's being used for short-term rentals will necessarily go into the long-term pool, because that's not my experience.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor McMath.
Through your worship to staff, if we're having a professional do an assessment and they give Suk their recommendation, I'm just looking for further clarification. What is the justification for an additional 1 meter buffer? In theory, like it sounds great, but in reality, people are struggling to purchase properties and lots. And so there are some really restricted property. So 1 meter has a significant impact on a purchase or development for that person. So if we're either listening to a professional or we're making our own rules, I'm just curious as to what the justification is.
So in a lot of the proposals that we've reviewed, there hasn't really been that development that's been right up against the boundary of the setback area, but it provides that additional opportunity to have a 1 meter buffer from the streamside protection enhancement area to provide greater opportunity to protect those areas. Yes, you could build right up to the setback area, but staff felt that this was an opportunity to just create an additional buffer, because if you build right on the property boundary, there could be potential impacts down the way. So we just wanted to have that additional setback as kind of breather room per se, that buffer of 1 meter that we felt was of minimal impact to the proposed development that would be on the property.
Can you give me an example of that? Because if we're having a professional make their recommendation on the line, which a person could build up to, it seems counterintuitive that we're just adding our personal opinion. Let's add another meter on there.
So each development is different. It's a case by case. So when the qualified environmental professional provides their report for the setback area, it doesn't take into account any future developments that might be proposed in that area. So potentially somebody could build right up to that boundary, and there could be potential offsite or on-site impacts into the streamside protection enhancement area. That report is just done at that time for the boundaries where there should be no development within it. But if there's development adjacent to it, we felt that the 1 meter buffer area would give that additional room for any potential adjacent impacts into the streamside protection enhancement area.
And is that not something that consultant could take into consideration when they're doing the assessment?
For future development by the landowner, each would be a case by case scenario. What we're saying is we're taking out that component and just saying if you're 1 meter back from it, that doesn't need to be taken into consideration, because there's a number of different factors that I don't think any qualified environmental professional would be able to address at that time. It might be development that comes 5 or 10 years down the road. And what we're saying is at this time, if you have the 1 meter buffer established, that would be good practice for us, because we're not putting anything less or greater in. It's just working room to provide some additional space between future development and this buffer area.
Okay, thank you.
Further to that, Mr. Pella, is there any precedent in other communities for such a buffer?
I can't cite a specific municipality off the top of my head. Each municipality does it differently. So some have extensive buffers, others rely just on the streamside and protection and enhancement area. We've taken the stance that a one meter buffer would be a minimal addition to what would be proposed for that acceptance from the province and then ultimate development.
Great, thank you. Any other members of council? Oh, Councillor Bateman.
Sure, thank you. So through you to Mr. Powell, I think you stated this, but in terms of the subdivision lot line matters, the approving officer would have to sign off on any of these changes.
So yes, in the lot line adjustment scenario, this would provide greater flexibility for the approving officer to go through this process. Otherwise, what we could see is potentially variance requests coming to council and whatnot. So with this proposed amendment, this would also bring the zoning bylaw in alignment with other jurisdictions that have included similar type wording to address such matters, just because we've seen an uptake in inquiries regarding this very specific things. Circumstances have changed for property owners, and this would allow them to add additional secondary or small suites or other dwelling unit opportunities, but the minimum lot size is prohibitive for them. So if this addition was made, they could go through the subdivision process, and the approving officer could keep it strictly through the subdivision process to help them register the new lot lines.
Right. Yeah, thank you. Mr. Hendricks offered a very good personal example of that in tonight's correspondence. I'm curious, given the province's desire for municipalities to simplify processes such as we're discussing tonight, was that a consideration in bringing this forward at this point?
Absolutely. Anything that simplifies a process both for applicant and staff is always a consideration that we'd like to bring forward. As you can see tonight, there's a number of amendments that have been brought forward. So staff have been monitoring the situation over the last year to 2 years and felt at this time, given the interest in the inquiries that we've been receiving, that we didn't want to hold off any longer for a more comprehensive zoning bylaw review. We felt the benefits that this would add now would help staff and the public work through a lot of these areas, and then we could address other items as the official community plan is updated and adopted, and a zoning bylaw review occurred down the road. But these were the critical ones that we saw were common areas that needed to be addressed.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little surprised that I'm turning into a comment. I'll try to keep this into questions, questions only. In terms of slope setback, I noted in the 2018 zoning bylaw, you refer to 30 degrees, and now we've moved into percentage, 30%. Now, I'm not a mathematician at all, but are those not two different things?
That's correct. And if you review the diagram that's also provided, that's something that will be clarified as well, subject to consideration of these amendments. So as it stands right now in our zoning bylaw, we have text that reads 20%, I believe, and 30 degrees in the illustration. So that creates conflict between the actual slope calculation. So given the fact that what was brought forward to council at first and second reading back in March of 2020, and then following up at the public hearing, it was the 30%. That was what was understood to move forward. Due to errors in that process, it was ultimately 20% that was adopted. And so we want to clarify that. Have it reverted back to 30% and also have the illustration represent the 30%. And given the illustration issue as it stands right now, it's been the work of staff and applicants to be working on the 20%. So there hasn't been the discussion surrounding degrees.
And again, degrees and percentage.
Different.
They are different. Okay. All right. So I'm curious, the 30 degrees as indicated in the September 2018 zoning bylaw versus the 30%. How does that differ? Because degrees are on a scale of 90 degrees, right? And percentages are on a scale of 100. God, I'm sounding ignorant here tonight. This is
no, there's a, so if I'm correct, 30 degrees would be equal to almost 60% slope. So it increases significantly from a percentage base with the slope versus degrees. So that's where there's the inconsistency. So having the 30% slope is what we've been working back towards, because we've been using 20% right now. When there's an inconsistency between text and a illustrative diagram, the text prevails in those instances.
Impressive, Mr. Powell.
And I have just one final one, and that refers to a question from during the public comment, and that regards slope stability. And are these concerns for the district at this point?
Certainly when we review subdivision applications and when the lots already exist and we go into a building permit scenario, we look at different factors of how slope had been assessed. Even though it's in draft format right now with the official community plan, we look at having these slopes set, having mapping prepared that talks about the 30% slope stability areas. So whether it's reviewed through the subdivision process and determined to be acceptable, development permit process, or ultimately a building permit, we look at these characteristics. And yes, there are instances where blasting permits have been issued to alter the slope in certain areas, but what we're trying to do is limit how much of that is occurring, and mainly focusing as we move forward those existing lots that can't meet certain slope requirements. And that's perhaps where the geotech and any other technical reports would be submitted, and they would be seeking a variance to the slope requirements. We've had some of those out in East Souk in the Silver Spray area.
All set. All right, Councillor St. Pierre.
This is a follow-up question on what Councillor Bateman was asking about the slopes. My understanding is that a geotech is required, generally speaking, because we receive correspondence about slopes of clay where instability would automatically be happening, and there was a valid concern over that sort of thing. But I'd like to see if we're actually addressing that concern. So my assumption, and I would like you to clarify, is that a geotech would come in and potentially not allow building on a slope that was unstable, made of clay, or that some sort of remedy would be required before they built. Could you please? That's an opinion on my, so just go over the real deal.
Yeah, so there's different stages of development that would be in place. So as part of, say, a subdivision process, those would be a number of technical requirements that need to be met. So a geotech report would have to be submitted indicating that the land is suitable for development, and that would have to be proven before an approving officer could sign off and allow registration of those new lots. As well, there's some instances where that requirement has been deferred, and those are some of the challenges that we've faced recently, seeing that covenants have been registered against properties, deferring that responsibility to the permit stage for building permits. And so that's where we're working with landowners to get the necessary geotech reports indicating that it's suitable for development. And then we can issue the building permit. But it's our interest to move forward with new subdivisions and new lots being created, that all of that is proven out to help streamline the process and get people to a building permit quicker by making sure all of those matters have been dealt at the subdivision stage as opposed to deferring it to the building permit stage.
Thank you.
Other members of council questions? Go ahead, Councillor Bateman.
So just to follow up through you to Mr. Paolo on the vacation rentals, as our member of the public asked, is there any consideration to density of vacation rentals?
As it stands right now, there aren't any specific density requirements, such as whether there's a limit to how many can be provided. There's a certain number of zoning regulations that must be met before a permit can be issued to allow for that. So such as parking, how it's been set up. So fire, building safety concerns. So all of those zoning requirements need to be met before it can be issued, and it would be understood at that time that a business license could be granted to operate that vacation accommodation.
Yes, it's my understanding it's just the wording that we're providing clarity through this adjustment. If we were to go into thinking about density, that would be a further discussion and a whole other public hearing.
And so just to close on that note, there will be further discussion of this. I have here the UBCM's report from last year, which is priorities for action on short-term rentals. So there's a lot of best practices being developed at the provincial level on this very subject. So that would be discussed. And the question is, would that be discussed during future hearings? Yes.
I'll answer that actually, Councillor Bateman. That would be something for council to bring forward as a zoning bylaw amendment. Not at this time, maybe. Sorry, I'm just checking with staff. I haven't closed the public input.
You
so-
haven't closed the public hearing. So I
Okay.
think if the council was okay with that, you can set your own rules during a public hearing. So
Yeah, all right. Yes, you may. And please state your name and location again. for
Greg
the record.
Hilsuk. Just a quick question regarding these variances, these 15-meter variances. If you're applying for a variance, is there extra charges to the application process to say you wanted to build something on your property, you wanted to pull a permit? Are there extra charges if you're applying for a variant as well? And how much extra time is it taking? I've heard that there was long periods for applying for permits so that they've had to bring extra staff to get these permits going? Is it adding significant time to the application process?
Thank you, Mr. Hill. I'll send that question over to staff.
So yes, there is an application fee associated with requiring a variance. Whether it includes additional time, that's dependent on what the variance request is and any technical reports that need to be prepared from the applicant's consultant justifying why the variance is required, and then for staff to receive that information and prepare a report. So, it could be a few months before that variance comes before council for consideration. With regards to building permit processing, I believe Mr. McInnes will update council again, so I don't want to steal too much of that thunder because I'm quite proud of it as well myself. But we're making significant progress on that front, and our processing times have improved greatly, and a lot of that backlog that was of concern at the beginning of the year, I don't have those concerns anymore.
Thank you very much. Any further questions from council? Go ahead. Come on down. And Mr. Wallace, sorry, Mr. Wallace, before you speak, just press the button there.
William Wallace from Souk again, regarding my consideration of slopes. Geotechnical reports, I understand that might be required on a slope, are commissioned by the builder or developer and are paid for by the developer, are chosen by, am I correct on that?
Sorry, just address your questions to council.
Okay,
please.
I was wondering that, given the geotechnical requirement that the consultant is chosen by the developer and paid by the developer, it seems like a conflict of interest that their report is sent to council for recommendations. Secondly, the question is, can the bylaw include a requirement that an emission analysis be undertaken as part of the geotechnical report? This would include project emissions resulting from tree removal, blasting, cement required, and the building over a 50-year life cycle. That was the question I was intended to ask.
Well, thank you. I can answer the first question, Mr. Wallace. Sorry, I just had to turn the mic off. And that would be that the reports, I had the same question myself actually not too long ago, but the reports are done by qualified professionals who have to follow certain standards. Staff may be able to elaborate, but it's not a conflict of interest because their certification is bound by that. So I'll send your second question over to staff.
This was a question similar to another line of research that staff has looked into, and I had asked specifically what other municipalities in the region have included such. So we're still doing a lot of research. We haven't had a lot of in-depth information to inform this process. I think everyone's kind of trying to figure out what's going to be the best practice moving forward, what's going to be the most acceptable, and also the opportunities to engage both the public and the development community on these additional requirements. So a zoning bylaw can include a number of requirements as part of application submission, but we also want to weigh what policy is giving direction to those regulations. So like an official community plan, we set the policy so that the zoning bylaw can help implement those through different regulatory areas. So it's something that we're continuing to research, but don't have anything specific about these additional requirements beyond those qualified professionals submissions.
Great, thank you very much. All right, council. Oh, Councillor McMath, go ahead.
Through your worship to staff, is there a reason that these are coming forward prior to us wrapping up our community engagement with the OCP?
We had this information prepared a while ago, and of course we ran it through the Land Use and Development Committee for their input. So this was happening independent of where in the timeline things were going to be with the official community plan. I think just now with where things are headed, they're starting to just kind of meet on similar timelines, but there was never to be any correlation between the two works that were being completed. This was more to address administrative observations that could use the benefit of being updated while we process this, because we're still a number of months out from having the official community plan adopted, still has to go to the Capital Regional District for approval and whatnot. But having these amendments in place would help us address a lot of the development permit and building permit matters that we've been addressing over the last year and a half.
Thank you.
Great. No, we'll take one more from one more question. Actually, we can take as many as we need to, but come on up. Just remember to state your name and location, please, for the record.
Susan Clark, I live in Souk. I actually live on Melrick Place, so right across the road from me is a large development. And they're mostly duplexes, maybe all of them are duplexes, and each of them has a rentable suite. And I'm just wondering, I think the purpose of that particular development was to begin to answer the core needs for more rental. And is this an area where those rentals could in fact be turned into holiday accommodations instead? Now, it's just a question. Thanks.
Oh, that's a good question. I believe that this is just helping us further define what is a secondary suite and vacation accommodation. I feel like I'm saying this wrong. So I'll pass it over to staff after, but the discussion around whether or not people can have secondary suites, that's not part of what's happening in this amendment. So if that is a concern of the public, that's something council can bring forward for a further discussion around affordable housing and opportunities for that in our community. But this particular instance, it's just a text definition. Looks like we're good. So we will close zoning amendment bylaw number 822, the public hearing for that, and move on to council discussion and decision on this item. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, staff.
There are actually two items within the public hearing window. So it would be a staff presentation on the second item, followed by public input on the second item, and then close the public hearing and debate each of the bylaws following that.
Oh, would you look at that? Thank you. Thank you very much for keeping me in line. Okay, so we'll move to item 6.2. Zoning amendment bylaw number 840. The public hearing is still open, folks, if you'd like to speak to that one. Hold on, give me 1 second here. So council, we did receive 3 pieces of written correspondence on this item. You should have it in your yellow package. And we'll have a staff presentation on zoning amendment bylaw 840, followed by public input.
Thank you. So this is a minor zoning bylaw amendment being proposed to section 3.7, which is the density bonus provisions section. And it's to reinstate units per hectare as an incentive to ensure that unit diversification and affordability are not compromised, as well as provide a greater incentive for underground and concealed parking. Now the district uses units per hectare in their calculations, and this includes the continuation of that as an incentive, or what we call the density bonus, for underground or concealed parking. This isn't new to the district either. Increased units per hectare was a density bonus option that had been repealed from zoning bylaw back in 2006. Density bonusing provisions at this time allowed an additional 10 units per hectare and an increased height by 1 story and an increased lot coverage of 5%. The wording within that bylaw was 80% or more of the required off-street parking spaces are provided underground or concealed within the building. The maximum number of multifamily residential units may be increased by 10 units per hectare. The height may be increased by 1 story and lot coverage by 5%. The 10 units per hectare was removed from the density bonus section when repealed and replaced with the zoning bylaw 2011. Staff are not sure why, and it may have been an oversight. When zoning bylaw 2013 was adopted, there was no review of the density bonusing section. Therefore, no changes occurred to the density bonus section. So taking a look at this now and having discussions with numerous applicants, we continue to have challenges with seeking more underground parking or concealed parking, and felt the reintroduction of this density bonus provision may be the extra piece that could help gather more underground parking. Because as it stands right now, allowing somebody to build an additional story or have more lot coverage doesn't gain any additional financial benefit, just means they're spending more costs on materials and not getting any additional units or other benefit to that development. So if we increase that to reintroduce the 10 units per hectare, they're going to be getting 10 more units per hectare of development potential, which could potentially offset the cost of doing the underground or concealed parking. So with that, we're supportive of allowing the additional 10 units per hectare back in as an incentive for this bylaw. And that is the only amendment proposed as part of this bylaw. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Just one this time. Great. All right, thank you very much. I will open this one up to the public for input. If you'd like to speak to this item, please come up, state your name and the municipality you live in for the record.
Alan Dolan from Souk. So how long do we have?
I think 30 seconds.
I believe in the public hearing, we have any amount of time. It is
Okay.
unlimited
Okay.
time.
I was racing to 2 minutes the first time, so.
Right, yes, that's during a regular council
Right.
meeting, but during public hearings, we
Right.
don't have a time limit.
Okay, I'm not going to speak for 30 minutes. So on this zoning amendment bylaw number 840, I guess I'm finding the incentives for underground parking seems to be part of a thinking and of a way of going in a different direction than I would like us to be going. I think we should have incentives for fewer cars. We should have incentives for more electric vehicles, for more charging stations, for more access to better transit, for preferably electric transit, for car sharing options and other ways we can reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. I'm not at all sure. The more building means more greenhouse gases to build it. And I just think it gives the wrong message if we're just sort of creating more space for cars. Or even if it's an incentive to the developer, it just seems to be not what we should be thinking about, especially if we're trying to reduce our greenhouse gases into. So that was the only point I wanted to make.
Thank you, Mr. Dolan.
Ellen Lewis. I have a question with that underground or concealed parking. Number one, underground parking, I'm not sure the cost is now. I remember maybe 5 years ago, it was something like $40,000 a parking lot. I don't know what it is now, or parking spot. But underground or concealed parking, so concealed parking could possibly be a floor, could possibly be above ground. So that, and by doing that, the developer could still go up another floor. So that would increase the height. Say if it was a 5-story, it would increase it to 7-story, realistically, because if you have a ground level is the parking, and then you put another story on top, it'd give you 7 stories. It just occurred to me just when I was listening to that about the concealed parking. Just a question.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. We'll get that answered for you.
William Wallace from Souk. If we're encouraging the use of underground homes for cars, I think we should also look at the greenhouse gas implications of all cement that's being used. Cement produces 7% of the CO2 worldwide. It is the #1 source of building emissions. CO2 cement and box embodiment is a process that can be used by builders today, and the local suppliers have the ability to employ it. I suggest that you look into the use of CO2 embedded concrete as in your bylaw as a requirement in Souk. Langford has done so. So not that we want to follow Langford in all their examples. I guess what I'm concerned about is emissions and our dedication to the car in our community. We know there's a traffic problem. We heard this morning, our mayor was quite eloquent in talking about it. And I think we need to somewhat address that. We need to decouple the housing and the need for a home for a car. We need to address the transit requirements that are just abysmal in this town. And we're all looking for solutions to our transit problems. And there's a number of suggestions out there in the community that could be looked at if we were creative and innovative. The one that I suggest is with every occupancy permit that the builder or the developer be required to provide one family transit yearly transit bus pass with every home sold, and then the homeowner could easily use it, they could sell it, or they could donate it to a charity. I think our developers aren't sufficiently poor that they couldn't afford it, and maybe our realtors with their commissions might be willing to contribute to a single bus pass. There's a number of other transit things I think that's important, but I won't get into them. I have a number of suggestions, but the underground parking I feel is, well, it might be useful. We're building apartments down here that have no air conditioning, so they might be used as cooling shelters when the next heat wave comes. But I think we need to address the fact that the cars is the primary problem in Souk right now, and we have to come up with solutions. And I gave you one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace.
I'm still Susan, and I still live in Souk. This incentive is great on its surface because under the surface are the cars. We don't have to look at them. We don't have to see the unsightly thing. This incentive is also, as well as hiding the cars away, it's intended to ensure a variety of units and increase affordability. This is all great, right? No, not really, because this is one measure. It should be one measure in a suite of measures aimed at reducing vehicle use and vehicles in new developments. If only this measure is applied, what's going to happen is there will be 10 more cars per hectare in each of those buildings. And we have, as others have said, we have a traffic problem here. We don't need more cars. As well, the cost of underground parking spots are very high. And you can bet that Joe Blow, who buys a unit, is also going to be paying for that spot an additional 30 to 50 grand. So it makes sense to follow the kinds of systematic measures that other municipalities do. In as well as this kind of incentive, what they do is they decouple the cost of the unit from the cost of the parking spot so that Joe Blow can say, hey, I'm a cyclist. I don't need a parking spot. Then Joe Blow doesn't have that parking spot and also doesn't have to pay for it. Instead, the developer provides Joe Blow with a car share membership and provides the community that he or she is constructing with a couple of car share vehicles. One car share vehicle can service 6 households roughly. Okay, so you've got a building with fewer vehicles coming into it. Yeah, sorry, my notes are a travesty, really. So this type of these multiple measures are used in larger cities and they work. Car share, we have 2 car share companies here in the CRD. And they're both well experienced at working with developers and providing good deals to developers. A developer could say decouples 12 units, build 2 parking spots for the 2 car share vehicles that are going to be needed, saving the cost of building 8 spots, saving the amount of vehicles coming in and out of the building, and saving some of the new residents money. As well, if you round these suites out with the purchase of bus passes, annual bus passes, bicycle parking, EV chargers for bikes, all of that will round out the suite of programs. And in addition to having a prettier downtown, we'll have a less polluted one and one that's less focused on traffic. And I understand that this is probably going to pass as it is, but I urge council to ask staff or direct staff or however it is that the relationship works to explore these additional kinds of measures that I've suggested. You don't have to go far to find where they're done. Saanich is one, Victoria is another. Please do that instead of just the one thing. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Belford. Are there any other speakers for zoning amendment bylaw number 840? Come on up. Just state your name and municipality, please. Yes.
My name is Gil Tate and I live in Souk, and I just had a clarification question. I was just trying to find it quickly, but the terminology of underground and what was the other terminology? Shielded parking, was it? Concealed parking. I wonder if those two can be considered separate, because basically, as everyone has said here, the cost of underground parking is considerable. So virtually all your developers are going to go up that extra story that the lady talked about and build a garage underneath the property. So that's my question, is if they should be treated and that definition clear as to getting the bonus if it's underground as opposed to just throwing in a carport underneath the building and jacking it up another story. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tate. We'll get that question answered for you. I'm sorry, just
Sorry.
there you go. You
William
got it.
Wallace from Souk. 2 questions. Our greenhouse gas emissions in Souk have been horrendous. We all knew that with the recent report from the CRD. The only carbon reduction actions that I've seen Souk take that actually we can measure CO2 reductions are the implementation of the Step 3 building code and the purchase of 2 e-bikes. If there's any other measurable CO2 reduction action you have taken, I would love to hear about them and I'd love to celebrate them, but that is what I know. My questions are, can the bylaw 480 include a provision to direct builders to use only cement that has embedded CO2 processing? Second question, can the occupancy permit require the builder to purchase a 1-year family transit pass that can be utilized, sold, or donated by a new owner or renter? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. And I will answer those questions with yes, and that's up to council in the discussion period. Any other folks would like to come up?
Susan Clark, still live in Souk. I'm quite amused actually by the idea of underground parking in Souk. I see a lot of big holes in Victoria where they're putting, layers below the surface. But I notice here that we're actually building up after we blow up a slope, then we're building it up. And I just wondered what part of living on a rocky slope we don't get yet. So, perhaps the parking would be above ground. And as Ellen Lure said, maybe the edifice will, continue up in the upward direction. But I have a hard time imagining a lot of underground parking in Souk. Thanks.
Great, thank you for your comments, Ms. Clark. Are there any other first-time speakers who would like to come to the mic? Any second-time speakers, third-time speakers? Good. All right, I will call for a second time then for any speakers. And call for a third time. Perfect. So before we head into council questions, I just wanted to offer a health break. So we'll do a short health break prior to that. 5 minutes, okay with everyone? 8:35, we'll come back. We're going to give a couple more minutes because I underestimated the number of folks who needed the washer.
How many washrooms?
All right, welcome back, everyone. We left off just wrapping up public input, so we'll go right into council questions, and I'll ask a couple of questions to staff on behalf of the public who just commented now. One would be, I'm like, am I looking at the right piece of paper here? In regards to height restrictions. So are we adding on to height restrictions of a building? Does everything go up a floor if we have concealed parking?
There's two different options that are available. So there's increasing the site coverage by 5%. So technically, if somebody did not want to build an additional story, they could go out an additional 5% lot coverage, or they could go up the 1 story or do a combination of some piece there. So yes, they could go up.
And so does that, are they still restricted by our height restrictions in the bylaw?
This would be a bonus.
It's on top of that. Okay.
Bonus provisions.
Great. Of course. Thank you for that. Need more coffee. All right. And the second question that came up was the terminology around underground versus concealed. Could you please provide some further description on those two?
So underground would be anything below the surface of the construction. So you come in at street level. Technically, the underground portion would be that area that you may access the underground either by way of stairway or elevator or other method to go below the surface. Concealed would be one of the scenarios I think I heard during the public input portion of the hearing was, if there was a carport off the back, so that could be concealed to the rear of the building. So at the street side, you might see the front entrances in some units, and then to the rear of the building, there might be a carport or some other kind of enclosure so that the vehicles weren't visible at surface.
Great, thank you. Councillor Beddoes?
Yeah, this through the chair to staff, again, on this, so-called possibility of an upper floor. As you know, with the OCP, we had a great deal of discussion about the height down on the water side. We want to hold it to a certain thing. So it's not an automatic that they get a floor. They can just negotiate with you either a larger area footprint or a possible floor if it doesn't interfere with sightlines and things like that. So it's not automatic, is it?
Correct. There would be a number of design considerations that have to be taken into consideration. Of course, the draft OCP has a number of additional guidelines that aren't currently present within our current official community plan. So yes, those additional components would need to be taken into consideration. So when a development permit comes forward, which would be a requirement for multi-unit town center development, they would need to meet the design guidelines of that in addition to the zoning regulations. So it's a dual review process to make sure both the OCP and the zoning bylaw requirements are being met. So that would be potentially one characteristic that needs to be taken into consideration, like sightlines.
Thank you.
Councillor McMath.
We had an inquiry from the member of the public who was requesting the addition of or adjacent to, following concealed within or adjacent to. Can you, it sounds great in theory, can you comment from what that would change for this bylaw?
Yes, I think that was in the supplemental information. So the addition as proposed by the member of the public to or adjacent to the building, I read it as being surface parking could be considered because that would be adjacent to the building. If they're looking for some other kind of parking area that is within the same site, parkades are a listed use with both the C2 and town center zoning. So that's a use that could be incorporated. Or if this other building that had parking in it as well was attached to the principal building, the apartment building per se, we could treat that all as one building, and that could be considered as part of the bonusing calculation for the 80% or more. So there's little components to that, but I believe as it's being proposed right now, the or adjacent could open up some unintended consequences to being surface parking. Could be argued that's adjacent to the building.
Just a follow up to that. So give us an example of how that would impact a property.
So if this
How
amendment,
it would negatively impact a property.
the
from, like,
surface
the
parking.
Yeah, from the addition of adjacent to. Yeah.
So the intent of having the parking either concealed within the primary building or underground is to open up more amenity space on the site, or as one of the site coverage requirements, they could increase the site building by 5%. So having more surface parking is just another component that takes up amenity space or other development potential for the primary building on the site. We're trying to get away from having surface parking. We're trying to have more of a building street frontage, especially within the town center area. And just having more surface parking is kind of a continuation of what we had. And that's something that we've heard we want to get away from. We want to conceal this parking. We want to have it underground.
Okay.
Councillor St. Pierre.
I'll just follow up with a straight up question. I hope you can answer it. I don't know if it's actually your job to answer this particular question. I really don't.
Well, you can put it through the chair and I'll let you know.
Why do we actually want to encourage underground and concealed parking? Like, what are the reasons? What are the benefits to the community?
To staff.
Yeah, so we want to so there's a number of different evolutions that could occur through this process. And again, this is kind of dependent on the direction of the official community plan. As it's written right now in draft format, floor area ratio is a density calculation that we're considering. So if we go towards that direction, what we're seeing in other jurisdictions is that floor area ratio actually allows for more units to be developed based on whatever the development potential from that developer can include. If we're putting a cap and saying you can only have so many units based on your hectare calculation, that's it. We've determined what the maximum amount is. Going to a floor area ratio calculation allows for the developer to determine what their maximum development potential is on that site. And we use all of our other design guidelines to factor in the rest of the building construction. So by going underground or concealing the parking, we're also taking those surface pieces, putting them in a concealed area, meeting our parking requirements, and then also trying to do our best to reach the maximum potential of density on that site as well. So it's really working with offering more housing opportunity, and this provision as is being presented tonight is increasing those amount of units that can enter into our community. But having a condition attached to that, having them underground and concealed so that we create a better streetscape and we get away from just having the so-called sea of parking on the surface everywhere we go, and introducing more amenity space for the community. That's something that people want to have. And we work through that with different developments to see what can be opened up, not just to the private individual who might reside on that property, but what can also be opened up to the public realm. In addition to that, what can the public benefit from having these additional amenity spaces that are being developed by these developers? And to us, that's the incentive that we gain as a community, not just a single development on the property, but the overall community vision.
All right, through your worship. No, I'm going to worship for sure. Sorry. Further question would be with regards to density, because again, I think that there's some confusion or lack of clarity as to why density or trying to increase density might actually be benefiting us in terms of reducing our emissions. So how does including more people possibly help us in terms of meeting our targets, in terms of reducing emissions or our goals as a community?
Right now, across the province, there's a big push to address housing. Sooke is no different. And one of our biggest challenges is trying to encourage developers to include more employment opportunities with their housing developments. So if we indicate to them that more commercial space can be included within their developments, and at the same time, they can reach greater densities for housing, which is their initial target of what they're coming into our community, we tackle two major issues that we've been trying to deal with over the last decade. And it's how do we get more jobs in Sooke, and how do we provide for more economic development and more commercial space? And how do we address the housing component? So if we can develop more housing units with this, have more design and density bonusings that are an incentive, then we can have better conversations with applicants to say, this is a need in our community and we feel it can be addressed through your development if you provide the necessary non-residential component in the form of some commercial business opportunity and still get what you're looking for. And that's X number of dwelling units that you want to propose on the property. So, it's kind of a win-win scenario. The additional piece to that is how do we address all the other factors that we're trying to deal with at the same time, climate action, other amenity contributions and whatnot. That's all being developed through the official community plan process and standalone policies that will arise out of that once we do have an official community plan that's adopted and gives us that direction to have those contribution conversations with developers, whether it's at the rezoning stage or if it's at a development permit stage, if we have the existing policy in place.
Your worship. Why do we want to increase commercial space in Sooke? How does that affect our emissions positively, in a positive way? Why are we trying so hard?
The reason that we're trying so hard is the number one thing we hear or read in the paper is that there's a lot of people on the road. They're commuting out of the community and they would like to have employment opportunities within the district of Sooke. And one of the big pieces that we're looking to explore is those employment lands opportunities. So if we can begin that process as fast as possible, and not just look for land specifically dedicated as standalone employment opportunities where there isn't residential components, but build it into a mixed use component where people can live and have employment within a very close proximity, then we don't have those vehicles on the road. Those trips out of the community aren't as great, and we can address our greenhouse gas emissions in one fashion through that. So the more employment, the more opportunities that we have people walking or taking local transit or whatever form that isn't more vehicles on the road leaving our community, spending more time emitting, we're coming out ahead in that process. But we have to work with the development community. We have to work with the public to address all of these components and ideally have it come forward in an application that checks all the boxes, meets all of those policies, whether it's the design guidelines or are there standalone policies that help us achieve our goals that we're setting both in our current official community plan for those applications in stream and ultimately the official community plan that we're going to adopt. Thank you.
Great. Any questions from Councillor Bateman?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, thank you, Councillor St. Pierre, for that line of questioning. That was excellent to get that perspective on the ways all these puzzle pieces are coming together. I'm curious, tonight we're looking at density bonusing in terms of parking. And I know in the OCP, there's a number of other, this quoting Action 84 here, creative use of municipal incentives, density bonus, selective DCC discounts, reduced parking requirements. You've cited in your report other possible density bonusing options might be plazas, streetscape improvements, affordable housing units, and childcare facilities. So I'm curious. So you're focused in on the parking on this at this stage of the game, and if we adopt this OCP, these other bonusing categories might be put into play. However, I just wonder why you're not doing a more omnibus approach to density bonusing at this point in time.
The last items on the previous public hearing, those 7 items were quite a bit to go through. So this was one item that I felt standalone wise, working with staff, would reintroduce something that had existed previously and we weren't sure why it had been removed. The planning and development department hasn't been as fortunate as, say, the operations department, where there's a Parks and Trails master plan and transportation master plan that gives them a lot of those action items to move forward on. We're really relying on the adoption of the official community plan to give us that playbook to move forward and start actioning a lot of these items. And that's where you'll see more of this work come forward. That will give us the opportunity to research a lot more items, because we know it's been adopted through bylaw as kind of our next stage for setting our work plan, and then ultimately working with council as part of the strategic priorities as well, year over year, of what items are we going to tackle, and then move forward on those and do the necessary engagements and develop policy around it, and bring forward to committees and to council with the feedback and develop that policy moving forward. So a little premature perhaps in that sense to bring forward more of these. Certainly would like to, but they need to be developed. This is something that had previously existed and warrants reintroduction to kind of kickstart that process, and then work with an adopted official community plan to work on the other items.
Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, through the chair to staff is, I will be working on the official community plan for a while, as I know Mr. Bylaw has as well. And I just want to confirm that one of the reasons why the higher density in the downtown core is that it's a lot easier to get services in, like bus service. It's a lot easier to service that large. This is what the public wanted. They asked for that downtown core to be dense. So those services can be in there. It's easier to service that sort of a high density than it is to have them spread out all over Sioux. Was that part of it?
That's correct. Within our current OCP, that's been the direction, but there's been challenges with trying to get more of that development to come through and actually be envisioned. Working with the draft official community plan and the engagement that we've had over the last almost 2 years, that's strengthening those elements so that we can have that in place. Existing servicing or areas where minimal additional upgrades would be required to provide and support these developments, as well as to provide services to the greater community as a whole. So it's the key area of focusing on somewhere and increasing those densities, having more opportunities where we're not traveling greater distances and losing a lot of those benefits, or what most people would be familiar with as the sprawl, right? They drive somewhere far away, They leave that place the next morning to go to work and do services elsewhere. It's all packed within one compact area, and we build up that density in a core area.
Any other members of council? Questions? Go ahead, Councillor St. Pierre.
Just going to follow up on the concrete thing on cement. Through your worship. I'd actually asked at a way long ago about permeable pavers and actually using alternatives to concrete in our sidewalks, and yet they're all built out of sidewalk, and I'm sure there's a very good reason. So I'd like to know what it is.
Through your worship, the council, permeable pavers, difficult for pedestrian. They end up being a lot more maintenance in the long run, which a lot of other municipalities have figured out. It's always options we can look into, but currently it is preferred to go with concrete. A lot of times you'll end up spending less money and have less replacement costs in a lot of instances. This can relate to things such as even rain gardens and bioswales. The intention is good, and sometimes they work well in circumstances. What they found even in a lot of areas in Saanich, they've spent a lot of money on these things, and they're going back and they're replacing some of them and taking them out and putting them only in very specific areas. So it's really a case by case sort of deal where it's best suited for either permeable pavers or things like bioswales.
And just a follow-up cement question. There was a suggestion that we try and use the same supplier as Langford on concrete and have our carbon dioxide sequestered in the concrete. Is that a possibility in the future? Are the suppliers available? Is the price point similar or at least acceptable?
Through your worship, council, I can look into that and report back. It's being sort of experimented with a little bit, and a few of the suppliers are using it, and without sort of giving someone a monopoly over the business and industry. Yes, I will. Let me look into it and I will report back to council on that.
Any further questions from council? All right, I believe we can close public input. Thank you, Ms. Temple, and move into discussion on these items once I find my agenda. So we will close the public hearing and move on to item 6.1, which is discussion on zoning amendment bylaw number 822, where we give consideration to third reading of this bylaw. We'll look for discussion from council. Sorry, go ahead, Councillor St. Pierre.
All right. What I noticed is that this tonight seems to be really the 2 steps forward, 1 step back night, because a lot of our amendments are really going back to stuff that was previously in place and making sure, and having realized that it was creating more work, more challenges, that there was lack of clarity, we're just going back. And I think that's actually the case with nearly half of it that doesn't include things like wording change so we can come to alignment with the province and so on and so forth. One thing I would like to comment on is we're now in comment period, are we? Yes? Good. All right. Building on slopes. Souk has a Mediterranean climate, and that just happens to be the case. If you look into permaculture or climate zones, it's Mediterranean, which is very similar to Greece and so on and so forth. They have beautiful towns that essentially have buildings going all the way up the slopes, and that's how they build. And they don't actually put buildings into their farmland, which is really unfortunate to do. We're busy building on our flat land, which tends to be really easy to grow food on. And now we don't want to build on slopes either. That's not going to leave us a lot of choices. I would like us to really think very carefully about where we want to build. If we can actually prove that it's safe to put a building on a slope, and that we can put different levels and better density, and still have room for growing food in the areas that are flat, I would suggest that's something we might want to consider for the future. So just looking at that 20%, 30%, whatever, I think we should be looking at 60% potentially in the future, and we'll see where it goes. but we're gonna have to think carefully about where we want to go. And it's not just about, you know, are we going to go by a few degrees? It's what do we want Souk to look like? Do we want a sustainable community like the kind they have, for example, in Greece and other areas that have similar climates that they've had for millennia and that have worked very nicely? Thank you very much. That's an example of sustainability. Or do we want to do something very different, which we have been doing for some time? Nice and flat, lots of room for cars, but not so great. So I like the direction we're going with this. I suggest there's probably going to be room for improvement in the future.
Thank you. Microphone, please. Any other councillors? Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah, I must say, I really enjoyed the public's input tonight. There's some really sort of interesting ideas which, you know, bear some looking at in the future, but certainly more consultation needs to happen before some of those ideas come forward, but interesting ideas in themselves. So I enjoyed that very much. But when, you know, coming back to the task at hand, I think public or staff has done an excellent job explaining the reasoning behind a lot of these changes and reintroducing of some of these things that were there before. So I'm pretty okay with moving ahead with these amendments as they're posted, with the idea that, you know, we can always revisit them in the future if some opportunities come forward that we can do some of these interesting ideas. That's fine. But I think for now, what we have here is 6.1, 6.2. I think staff has done their homework and I'm happy to move ahead with it. No, I think you might want to comment.
Thank you. I will just add to your comments, Councillor Beddoes, that we will be discussing the OCP related items later on, and that these items are specific to making, sorry, I wasn't saying anything against what you were just clarifying for the public that we have more discussion about like the setbacks and such just a bit later in the agenda. So we're not forgetting about those. Any other comments from council? Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll be voting in favor of this, of course. The province is asking local governments across the province to cut red tape and streamline, and this is a series of housekeeping measures of sorts to, as Councillor St. Pierre said, to get us back to some further clarity. It's good to have further discussion around the oceanfront setback and to be clear that the 15-meter setback is in fact the existing standard in the zoning bylaw, and it's the official community plan where there's a recommendation for a 30-meter setback, and that is a discussion we're continuing to have. In terms of the riparian setback, I'm still not clear why the 30 meters had to be removed from the bylaw language. However, this logic around the qualified professional QPE, what's the E stand for? Yeah, qualified QEP, qualified environmental professional, licensed and reliable. And, you know, we have thei seems to present a lot of the riparian reports to us, and very highly qualified and good people. So I don't think they're in the pocket of developers. The lot lines, as Mr. Hendrick states, provides a lot of ease and relief for residents who might have had to go through quite a few hoops. Secondary suites remain vacation rentals. I'm confused I'm looking forward to a fuller conversation on this subject, utilizing these UBCM best practices. One of the keys they're recommending for regulatory tools for local governments, one of the most effective tools for addressing the impact of short-term rentals on housing availability and affordability is to prohibit listings that aren't within a host's principal residence. So this particular emphasis on secondary suites does fit that particular recommendation. And I guess if it gets out of control, then that's when the district must step in and consider some new approaches. So that's it for me.
Thank you. I will remind you that any further discussion about those subjects you mentioned would be on council. So if you wish to put forward a notice of motion, preferably coordinated with our goals with the affordable housing report, then please feel free to do so. Any other comments from council? Councillor Lajeunesse.
Just on the secondary suites, it's no secret that we have a shortage of rental properties available in affordable housing, but as Mr. McInnes pointed out, if someone has a house with a secondary suite in it, there's no guarantee that they're going to want to rent it out. People, some people enjoy their privacy and want to keep their little piece of dirt to themselves. And so by allowing vacation rentals, it does provide some economic development by welcoming tourists to come to Souk. They spend money, and so that brings some economic benefit to the community as well. I'm not sure where the province stands on this, but I'm assuming that staff has taken all that into consideration. And on the riparian setbacks, if you're looking at 30-meter setback, if you have a stream running through your property, that means there's a 200-foot strip of your property that is useless to you. And I don't know how many situations we have like that currently, but the other thing is that I'm not interested in yanking the rug out from under people. If people have a home that's within the 30 meters and they can't rebuild it if there's a fire, that's a major concern. And the other thing is, if legal non-conforming property, you can't get insurance. You cannot get a mortgage if your property is legal non-conforming because of that very reason. If your house burns down, you can't rebuild it. So I'm going to be in favor of moving this along.
Thank you. And just a reminder, we will be discussing that 30-meter setback later in the agenda tonight. Any other councillors? All right, anyone feel like moving third reading? Councillor St. Pierre, you're going to move that council gives third reading to the bylaw cited as zoning amendment bylaw number 822 600-89 2022. And Councillor Bateman seconding. Would you like to comment on that, Councillor St. Pierre?
Very briefly, I think Councillor Beddoes has already pointed out that most of this stuff just makes a lot of sense. It's been well explained by staff. I think the concern over setbacks we're going to address a little bit further on. Yeah, most of it seems to be language clarification. I also have issues with the secondary suites because I think, as do we all, affordable housing a critical issue, and we certainly don't want to restrict it, but this is a clarification at this point, and we will have to bring a motion forward. So let's move it up.
Thank you. Any final comments, Councillor Bateman? I just want to say that we put staff through the ringer tonight. Thank you very much, Mr. Pella, for your excellent responses to all of our many questions. It's very appreciated. Any other final comments? All right, I'll call the question. All in favor? And that carried unanimously. Thank you. We will move to item 6.2. Zoning amendment bylaw number 840. And councillor deliberations, Councillor Beddoes.
Yeah.
Well, that's okay.
I move that we adopt 840-690, the third reading, please.
Great. So Councillor Beddoes moves that council give third reading to the bylaw cited as zoning amendment bylaw number 840 600-90 2022. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Councillor St. Pierre seconds the motion. Any discussion, Councillor Beddoes?
No, I think we've beat this one pretty good. So
Councillor St. Pierre, go ahead.
Very briefly, I happen to think that having additional space, hopefully we're moving away from cars, but that's basically going to be a reduction of trips over time. Given that our infrastructure is really car centric right now, people when they move into a house are still going to need a car for a while. So best to keep it off the roads, best to have parks, gardens, play structures, and all the rest outside the houses. In the meanwhile, I hope that at some point very soon we can use them for storage at some point in the future and not have to drive to storage.
Not a bad point there. I will add that I currently live in a 50-unit building in Esquimalt that has 19 parking spots and 1 car share, and it is a complete disaster and it doesn't work at all. And I believe the reason for that is because we are in a housing crisis. So there are people purchasing the homes without a parking spot just because they need a roof over their head. It's not a solution that works in this present moment, but perhaps down the line it will. Any other comments? All right. So I'll call the question then. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Look at us go. We are on to the item 7, adoption of the minutes. And we have a motion moved by Councillor McMath that the following meeting minutes of council be adopted as circulated, and that's for March 7th. Excuse me. Thank you. And adopted as circulated for March 7th, 2022 special council meeting, March 7th, 2022 committee of the whole meeting, and March 14th, 2022 regular council meeting. Do we have a seconder? Councillor St. Pierre? Any comments? Councillor Bateman?
Yeah, just a couple of points. Pardon me? Okay, March 7th, the committee of the whole meeting. It's also minor after our conversation just now, but I'll just follow up these. Page 2 of 5, first line states that the draft OCP needs further proofreading, and it, not its, which seems like some sophomoric humor from staff, but maybe not. Maybe it was just a natural error in that very spot. Same page, halfway down, there's a reference to the Ministry of Transportation and Highways. It's in fact the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure. And moving on to council meeting of March 14th, page 5 of 6. Under my verbal report, you refer to the CRD Parks Board, of which there's no such thing. So it's the CRD Board of Directors. And that's that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bateman. Any other comments? No? All right. We moved and seconded that, right? Oh, thank goodness. Okay. As amended. Friendly amendment. Okay. Thank you. Keeping me in line here. I will call the question then. All those in favor? Good. Carried unanimously. And on to our delegations. Thank you very much, Mr. Shaw, for your patience tonight. We are inviting you as the acting detachment commander for our local detachment in Souk. Welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship. Members of council, thanks for affording me some time tonight to meet with you. I hope by now you all are aware that Staff Sergeant Sinden has taken a temporary secondment to our Island District headquarters. And in his absence, I'm honored to be the detachment commander for your community. I'm grateful for the opportunity, and Brett still has oversight over this portfolio, so I promise he won't let me go too far astray. I reviewed past appearances by the staff sergeant before council, and the last time he was here, he did introduce the concept of our pending community consultation as we move into our next fiscal year and planning some of our policing priorities in consultation with the communities that we serve. So I asked for some time before council tonight, a bit of a role reversal from the public input that you just solicited to solicit council's input on community issues and input on how we can set our priorities this year to meet Souk's needs.
Wonderful, thank you. I'll turn that over to council. I see McMath biting at the bit here, chomping at the bit.
What are your staffing levels currently?
Currently staffed just one under our complement of 18 officially. So we have one vacancy that staffing action's gone forward on. That vacancy was previously a long-term graduated return to work, so it doesn't have much of effect on things. We have, just to qualify that we're only one under, we have 3 new members who are still on recruit field training, as well as one developing longer term sickness as well, preventing. So operationally down 5 of 18 at this point in time.
You're down 5.
But staffed 17 of 18.
Right. What does the onboarding process look like for those 3?
So once a graduation from our training academy in Regina, it's a 6-month recruit field training process done in different increments, 2, 4, and 6-month increments. By and large, until the 6-month mark, we try and keep them either in direct or close supervision as they learn sort of the ins and outs of policing.
So once they hit their 6-month benchmark, then they are working independently?
Independently. I mean, so far as it's responsible, yes.
Right. And then so will they fill those gaps that you have right now?
They will. So I count them in 17 of 18 being full, but just
Gotcha.
not fully operational as far as assisting with.
Okay. And when's our sign off?
They're staggered in approximate 2-month increments. So we have one for, just generally speaking, one at a 4-month mark, one at a 2-month mark, and one whose first day was actually today.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
I noticed that I believe it's under your purview, the communication and visibility, maintaining positive relationships piece. I absolutely love that we strive to include this in our priorities for this community, because I think it is a really nice balance to provide the residents here. Could you provide me with a bit of detail on what you're up to in that regard?
Sure. Looking backwards, I do have a scheduled appearance for council in April to just a quarterly appearance, at which time I can talk sort of more fulsomely about the conclusion of our last year's performance plan. Generally speaking, though, under the priority of communication and visibility, some obvious challenges presented over the last few years due to COVID. Just recently, we were able to get back into the community. As an example, one of the fundamentals back into one of our schools. Constable Haldane graduated a DARE class just recently this month, which is something that we haven't been able to do. And then just some involvement in different community events that we pulled back from, just out of respect to the PHO and things that have been going on. So looking to really, COVID dependent, shift gears back into integrating more with the community, more events, things like that.
Awesome, thank you. Councillor Bateman?
Yeah, thank you for being here. And I just note in terms of positive relationships, the relationship with the Souk shelter, where you've developed a, tell me more about that.
Thank you, Councillor Bateman, and for your work with that as well. So I arrived in Souk about 1.5 years ago, and it's been a pleasure to make the acquaintances that I've been able to, but again, by COVID, not as many as I would have liked at this point. I sort of entered some work with the issue of homelessness was well underway in Souk. So I entered when the shelter was established just up the road here, and just really set to work trying to build relationships with both the residents and staff leadership there. Sort of inevitably, our day-to-day intersects from time to time, and I think those relationships built on sort of trust is built over time. Mutual respect and an understanding of what each other's roles are in the community has been and will continue to be helpful in that relationship.
Yeah, so I'll echo that Sherry Thompson and Carla Simich at the Hope Center think highly of you and this unfolding relationship. So thank you for that. And I guess next month we'll ask you some detailed questions about the performance plan for 2022-23. Yeah.
Last year's performance plan, so 2021, 2022.
Okay, so when do you roll out a new performance plan?
New performance plan will be effective April 1st. inevitably, sort of the consultation and the preparation of that plan and setting those priorities moves into April, but effective April 1st.
And would it include then the speed enforcement?
Yeah, so as an example, last year's priority included enhanced road safety. I heard you speak briefly with Staff Sergeant Sinden in his last time here about speed enforcement in different areas. I did make a note of that for inclusion in this year as well. We sort of define the broader priorities into measurable targets in enforcement. So I'm actually not certain. I see here impaired, aggressive, and distracted driving was identified as last year. I'm not sure that speed enforcement is included in that, but certainly a community issue we'll bring forward into this year's planning.
Councillor Beddoes?
Yeah, to Sergeant, I've had a couple of residents come to me fairly recently in regards to the non-parking signs in front of the Prestige and the overflow of all those vehicles that park with their trailers. I wasn't sure who enforces that, but it's Highway 14, so I assume it would be you, the RCMP, and not our bylaw. So the concerns I have is, first of all, people parking in the no parking areas, which you will enforce, I'm sure you will. And the second one is sometimes those trailers that are parked up the road are parked on the white line, and it makes it very difficult for people to get around them on that side. So just maybe an area for your constables to look at in the coming months as the boating season ramps up. There is a concern. The people that called me, two of them, have scooters, and they find it very difficult to maneuver up there, and I can understand why. Just something to put on your radar. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beddoes. I think we may have spoken at least to one of the same people, and yeah, definitely on the radar. Thank you.
Councillor Lajeunesse?
Yeah, just a quick question, and I'm not sure that we'll have an answer for this, but your new members, have they had any trouble finding housing in Souk?
Thank you. That's a great question. Fortunately, I mean, there's a balance here. So I say fortunately to answer your question, all three members were previously established in the Lower Island and maintain their same housing. I say unfortunately, none of that was in Souk, so I can't speak specifically to Souk, but they are from the area, and so it wasn't an issue.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Councillor St. Pierre.
Just wanting to follow up on something that came up during a meeting recently with the Poverty Coalition. And just in general, obviously housing affordability is affecting the number of people that are basically on the edge of becoming homeless. There's a lot of stress and there's a lot of attendant mental illness that's coming along with that. And I'm wondering how that's affecting your work in the different areas, but mostly, I guess, in the crime and reduction, but also in terms of how do you deal in a nice way in terms of item number 3 with just putting forward a good presence.
There's lots of challenges. I would suggest in all communities, certainly prevalent in Souk as well, regarding mental wellness and the different stressors that are upon. I mean, everybody has a different story, of course. Anecdotally, I probably suggest that our calls for service relating to mental health are a bit down beginning this calendar year. I'll have better numbers for you on the Q4 reporting next month. I hope that's what it says. It's a balance, and really when it comes to those calls, it's a partnership between us and other partners in place. I think most people would agree that for mental health crises, the police aren't the most effective person to assist at that point in time. Our role really comes at that moment of high trauma or risk to public safety or a person's safety. And so really we do rely heavily on collaborations with agencies that exist with different services inside and outside the community, integrated IMCERT, integrated mobile crisis response team, which we contribute to, all very valuable partners as we try and do our best to support people in those circumstances.
I'm super happy to hear that we might have good news on the numbers. That's not what I expected, so that's great.
Go ahead, Councillor McMath.
I just have a follow-up question because Councillor Lajeunesse is there a radius within like the attachment that they work at that they have to live within?
No.
Okay, so if you have a call out or like you have a large situation, what's your, like, is there no boundary from where a person can live to work at this attachment?
No, not technically, no. I mean, most people live within a reasonable radius. I think for us, the farthest away would be Scia'new, with the highest concentration being within Souk, next in the western communities.
Okay, and is the intention of those three to stay working in the community of Souk?
Sorry, the newest members?
Yeah, the 3-year onboarding.
Sorry, I would say that's an HR question that we probably shouldn't get into.
More just like trying to understand like what the process is for when you take on personnel, like for the training. Is it just that each attachment takes on new trainees and then they choose their permanent employment where they wish, or is it that they apply where they wish to continue?
I mean, I'm happy to answer it if it's appropriate. So out of our training academy, recruits or new members are placed according to staffing needs and levels. So we make application when we have a vacancy for either an experienced member and or a new recruit at a depot. So they're assigned. Now some consideration is given at our training academy. I don't know the circumstances surrounding those considerations. There is some input from the members, and then they're placed based on that needs analysis. There's a minimum length of time a person is required to be with us prior to assessing their releasability. And right now, that number changes. Right now, it's set at 3 years.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from council? Or any direction? You did come asking for direction as well, if there's something we see that you want you to focus on for the next. No. All right. Well, thank you very much for coming. We do appreciate that you sat through the public hearings to provide us with that information, and we look forward to seeing you in April.
Thank you. Likewise. Thank you for your time.
See you then. And with that, we'll go on to item 9, report of our CAO.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and 3 quick issues tonight. But just before I get started, I really want to thank Sergeant Shaw. He's integrated into our leadership team really seamlessly. We've really enjoyed his open approach and his contribution, and we look forward to continuing to work with Kevin. So thank you very much. So 3 quick things to update council on tonight. The first one, as Director Paolo alluded to, here are numbers on the building permit updates. So since we started counting about a month ago, February 28th was our first count, we have issued 69 permits. In that same time period, we've got 20 new permits. And really the impressive news is currently we have 15 current applications. 8 of those are on hold, 7 are in progress. So I'm anticipating with our next update to council, our backlog is pretty much going to be taken care of. Some of the ones that are on hold, there are some outstanding issues that, those may move forward, they may fall off, and the applicants may withdraw, but there are some that are a little bit older, and we'll continue to work with those to see whether they're going to move them forward or not. But thank you for all of your work with this, and thank council for allowing us some additional resources as well. The additional building inspector in particular has given us the ability to concentrate both on application processing and the required inspections that come from applications when we get them out the door. So the administrative help that we've employed as well, as you can see, has done excellent work on the building permit side. We'll start concentrating on the subdivision application process as well. And I'm sure that we'll see some improvements there. So thank you so much. Just want to give an update on the official community plan open house. It looks as though the preferred date is Saturday, May 7th from noon to 4. We're still trying to secure a venue for that. But we're working diligently on that, and we'll inform council when we do have a location. And I think most of you have confirmed that that date will work for you. So thank you again for that. And the third thing I want to give a quick update on is just let everyone know that we're going to have a big anniversary on March 30th this week. So Mr. Paolo will be with us for 2 years on March 30th. So time does fly for sure.
Yeah.
So that's just a quick update for tonight. So happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. McInnes. That is really wonderful news and great to see those numbers up on the board. Councillor Beddoes, did you have something to say?
Yeah, I'm just really pleased to hear those numbers when it comes to building permits. As you know, we're all quite alarmed a few months back, and staff has risen to the occasion and really tackled the problem. Again, I ask that you have our communications person send out a news release, and hopefully the Suit News Mirror picks it up, and I will walk down there and ensure that they do, because there's a lot of good work gone into that. So thank you very much.
Yeah, one other thing, Madam Chair, that I might add is the backlog was not necessarily as bad as it looked. There were a lot of applications that came in prior to December 31st trying to get in under the wire, so they didn't have to meet the new step code requirements that came in on January 1st. So that was part of the issue. And our processing time over the last couple of weeks, I'm not going to state it, but really, really, really impressive. We have worked from anywhere between 1 day to process an application, but we're certainly getting within that 3 to 4 weeks is the average right now, and that will continue to improve.
Thank you very much. Just one more thing that makes us the best place on earth. Any other councillors? Councillor Bateman.
I'm just curious, are you getting more complete applications from the development community? Does that kind of help?
Yeah, so if you recall at my last update, we actually had 3 categories. We had received, on hold, and in progress. So those ones that were received, they had some outstanding issues, but we continue to work with the applicant, but putting them through the referral process at the same time. So it really looks as though we are getting more complete applications, and some of the stuff that council approved tonight with, they're not necessarily the building bylaw, but they're process related issues that we have really identified. For example, the DVP for SPIAs, we had 10 variance requests come forward to council. That takes time. So if we can knock down some of those barriers, as we said, without taking on a whole bunch of risk and staying true to what we're hearing, the community wants to be built at, we'll continue to bring those things forward.
Councillor Lajeunesse.
Yeah, just a thought that I've had recently, that the essential workers, like the RCMP unit commander, I'm not sure if I got that title correct, but is there a way that we can work with developers to reserve, I don't know if that's the right word, but reserve housing for essential workers that we hire, or that others like our fire chief and other folks in town?
Well, it's to have flex space like that, to have units that are, vacant for a period of time as we wait for new essential workers to come on board. Someone has to pay for that. So, the financial models around what that may look like and what it may cost, we haven't looked into that. Certainly is not a priority at this point in time. As you know, our capacity box is full. If you would like us to have a look at that as a priority, I'll certainly come back and let you know what resources we would require to do that type of analysis.
Thanks.
Anyone else? All right, thank you very much, Mr. McInnes, for your report, and thank you to your team for their work on everything in the day-to-day that we go through. We'll move to item 10, public comment and question period. If anyone would like to come and speak about any of the items on the agenda tonight. Oh, getting no's. That's okay. Thank you very much. Moves us right on into item 11 of 3,000 for this evening, which is the consent agenda. So we have a couple of items that have been extracted. Thank you very much, Ms. Temple, for putting that up. Or Royer Collard, I can't see who's working on that, but thank you. So if I can look to staff just for clarity on this, are we wanting to move everything that is there and then after that work on like minus the things we've extracted? So we could move, oh great. It's up on the screen here. That bullets 1, 3, 4, and 5 of item number 11.2 and bullets BV of number 11.1. So those are the OCP discussion and the correspondence that Councillor St. Pierre pulled out. Those two items be okay. I'm a bit confused by this motion. Because we want to discuss them separately, do we not? Are you highlighting that one so that I look at it?
No, sorry, I'm working with it.
Feel free to yell at me.
I'm working with it on the fly. So my understanding is that we want to pull bullet number 2 for discussion from item 11.2, which is the OCP recommendation.
Oh, I see.
And that we want to pull bullet A from item 11.1. I just wanted to clarify with Councillor St. Pierre. So the top resolution is to move all the remainder items by general consent. And I will just delete that one underneath. So the top one is to remove everything except for those 2 items, and then we'll consider those 2 separately.
Thank you. That makes perfect sense. I just didn't mentally see that before. So if I have a mover for that, that'd be great. Councillor St. Pierre, seconder by McMath. Any discussion? It was only the 2 that have been removed. All right, all those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that's carried. And we will go to correspondence first, which would be item A. Councillor St. Pierre, did you want to speak to that?
I wanted to respond to this person's question. So this is Melanie Hoagland sent a letter asking about a moratorium on building in Souk. And this is a question that's come up regularly from many members of the community. And I wanted to just clarify because she's got a lot of excellent points. She's asking, listen, we've got too many cars on the road already. It takes an hour to get from Machosen to Souk. There's no jobs in Souk. Why can't I find a job in Souk? So on and so forth. All of her points are bang on, and she's asking a very valid question. Why can we not stop building in Souk if it's not making things better? And so I'd like to respond. First of all, the zoning allows property owners' rights, and we can't actually legally stop people from building. The only thing we could do is throw up red tape barriers, and that's actually what we're trying to get rid of. So in terms of staying on track, we can't actually stop building when the zoning is already in place. We can change the zoning with the change of the OCP, but even then, it's not generally done to do downsize zoning or down zoning on a regular basis, because people have actually invested. There's been good reasons why the zoning was there in the first place. It's done sometimes, but very judiciously. Furthermore, in terms of Route 14, the solution to road congestion and reducing our GHGs is really about, as we've heard from our staff today, building up our local economy, increasing the density so people are close to services, they can actually get places by walking and cycling and so on and so forth. Right now, we're in a car-centric souk with infrastructure that was really designed for the last century. And we absolutely need to actually evolve this infrastructure into the next infrastructure, which is pedestrian cyclist friendly. And we can't do that by stopping. We have to transition. We have to move through. We have to go towards something different. If we stop right here, we're pretty much doomed because people can't get places. They can't buy a loaf of bread in Sun River without getting into a car. So that's one of the reasons why we can't do that. Development is not the problem, but the right development is needed for the solution. I would also add that if we need affordable housing, we need it in Victoria. We absolutely need people in Victoria to have affordable housing so they stop buying houses in Souk. And so that the housing market in Souk is actually meeting the needs in Souk. We also need all those different affordable housing units in Souk so people can work in Souk and afford to live in Souk. This is all part of our master plans, our various plans, and very much a part of the OCP that's coming out. Thank you for the great question. I hope the answer suffices.
Any other comments on this item? Are you moving receipt? Okay, Councillor Beddoes moves receipt, seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor? Carried unanimously. All right, we are off to 11.2 and we will discuss the second bullet, which is that council received this report regarding the OCP discussion topics for information and that council directs staff to engage with the community further on the topics presented in this report. I'll turn it over to Councillor Beddoes to speak to why he pulled this from the consent agenda.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. As you know, we've now had 2 meetings with the public on the OCP. One was when it was introduced, and the second after a request for a staff report. We had a second meeting at the COW. And it became very evident in those 2 meetings that there was 3 major concerns. And basically our gallery was full of people addressing those concerns. The other concern is, of course, is getting to first reading, and first reading it doesn't mean that we ignore anything else that comes in on the OCP. It just allows staff to get some of those regulatory things done that can proceed while we still have our open house and our on the OCP in May 4th, I believe, was it 4th or somewhere on there, 7th. Anyways, it doesn't really alter anything other than there are some people right now on pins and needles waiting for some sort of decision. And I'll just relate the 3 concerns was the 15 to 30 meter setback. And you heard again tonight, that's a big concern to a lot of people. The Feral Estates designation, they made a very, very good case in regards to that. And the last one was the concerns of the Whiff and Spit area on the density. And again, those were the three main points. And I've done a little work with staff, and staff's been very good at looking at these 3 problems. And I think it's pretty safe to say that we can go ahead, and I'm willing to make a motion that we go back to the 15 meters on the water side. And the reason for that is it's just too much of a hardship on a lot of those people that, as we had here tonight, that owns property for 20 years, and then we just make them non-conforming and just make their lives hell and getting insurance and all those things. And that's not 1 or 2, that's dozens of them. So I think the prudent thing there to do is to go back to the 15 meters. And I think that's fairly easy to do. The second one, Feral Estates, again, they've made a very good case. I certainly appreciated staff's discussions on why they did what they did up at Feral Estates, going out of that community residential. But again, they went to a great deal of trouble to conform with a new road and infrastructure to service that area, and then with the possibilities that they may not be able to develop it. And I think that's grossly unfair. The last one, which caught me by surprise, was the rural residential in the Whiff and Spit area. They're very, very concerned from the 40 units per hectare to 70, which scared the hell out of them. And they're very concerned about their neighborhood down there. I've talked to staff on all these matters and feel that there's a way forward. And I'm willing to make a motion, but what that will do is it will take care of some of those big ticket items, allow us to go to first reading, which doesn't commit us to a whole lot other than staff can send those things off to the CRD and wherever else they send them. And then we still have our open house and we can still make a lot of changes, and staff assures me that from what they've heard, any other changes will be sort of minor in nature and doesn't basically alter the overall OCP. So I think with our goal, it's our top goal, is to finish the OCP in our term. I think that if we make these changes and still open to some other minor changes in May, we can get to that goal. And again, I don't think we're going to make everybody happy all the time, but we're going to be almost there. So I'd be willing to make those changes. And but this is a discussion point, so I'm opening it for discussion, and then I'll make the motions.
Thank you. And so my understanding is that this would work in conjunction with what we are doing with our community consultation and sort of push this part along while still allowing us the flexibility to change anything post consultation as well. There is a proposed motion that we'll get to in a moment up on your screens here. I just want to, before we get into that, make sure that council understands each of these and how they've come up tonight, because I know it's a bit
cool. I don't have to read them out.
I could make you do. No, I'm just kidding. I'll read it out for you. But another thing, and I'll go to Mr. McInnes in a moment, if I may. But just a couple of other items that Mayor Tate wanted to cover on this tonight would be making sure that we change Sauk First Nation to Sauk Nation in the report and adjust any spelling and grammatical errors that are throughout the report as well. And I'm sure those will happen, but I'll turn it over to Mr. McInnes if you have any comments on this process as well, and if you can discuss perhaps how this works in conjunction with our upcoming consultation. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so we have had some discussions on what we've heard over the last two meetings and what you see on the proposed board. Are the things that we heard are the major items. We've had some good turnout the last two meetings, but the themes have been there, and the themes are what you see on the board. The biggest concern is if we go to first reading and have to resubmit to the CRD, but the CRD really is going to be looking at our growth projections, their growth, regional growth strategy, and our growth statement within that aligns with the regional growth strategy. So I don't foresee major changes in that regard. So the risk of going to first reading and then having to resubmit, I think, is fairly minimal.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor St. Pierre, go ahead.
Sadly, I wasn't available or able to be there for the cow, but I'm curious about the Whiffet Spit land use designation piece, mostly because my understanding is that it was already community residential. Is that correct? So in fact, we would be downzoning this. Is that correct?
So this would be replacing the community residential designation with rural residential, so a lesser density, as well as on the screen, the motion reads for including it as part of the neighborhood area plan boundary, which would be similar to the Billings but Kaltassin area as well, which would then allow for a future planning exercise to determine other land uses in the future as part of that engagement and planning process to develop. And then that would be consistent with a lot of the comments that we've heard over the last two meetings regarding concerns for density. So overall, the community residential density has increased. And I think that's kind of what's caught the ears of some of the people in the Whiff and Spit areas, that there was already a high density that really couldn't be actioned because of other servicing requirements. So if servicing requirements were ultimately provided to that area, it would not only open up the current density allotment, but because we're proposing the community residential area to be able to go up to 70 units per hectare, then that would be even more than what would have been anticipated in the current OCP that we have adopted.
Okay, so just to clarify, we're redefining what community residential means, is that correct? to something with a higher density? Is that what I just heard, or?
So the way that the community residential area is structured right now, and this is for all land use designations in our current OCP, is that it takes a lot of direction from our different zones. So whatever maximum density we have in our residential zones, that would be what could be applied as the maximum density for the community residential area. So right now, 50 units is, I believe, the maximum density that we'd have in our zoning. What we're doing is putting a maximum density amount in the new OCP, in the draft OCP, which would be 70 units. So that's an increase of 20 units more per hectare. That was some concern that was raised by residents in the Whiff and Spit area. So what we've said is going to rural residential would eliminate that immediate concern right now, but the introduction of the neighborhood area plan boundary would also allow for us to take a look and work with the public in that area about future land use opportunity in that area, and then put it forward as a neighborhood area plan.
Okay, so we look almost like a CD zone for Whiff and Spit, its own little.
Yes and no. It's similar objectives, but not specifically a comprehensive.
Not that tool, but similar objectives.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to follow up because I'm curious. I mean, we have people that are worried about increased density, but we may also have residents that would like to have a coach house for their kids, for their family. They might be aging in place. They'd like to actually have people nearby. We have the possibility of, I would suspect a lot of people in Whiff and Spit that don't want to leave the neighborhood and that are potentially looking for senior housing. Are we actually, through this, will this neighborhood planning actually allow to meet the future needs and based on what the people in the community are going to need is?
I think what the people in the neighborhood would need, and I think what we're proposing is we're really just decoupling the sewer expansion thing with the OCP possibilities, and giving us the ability to work just with that neighborhood as we're going to with Kaltassin to suss out better what Whiff and Spit may look like if they do not decide to go with into the sewer specified area.
Okay, and I guess final question, can we expect a stronger protest from people in Whiff and Spit that don't want to have less opportunity to develop their property?
I would say at this time that given that their zoning is predominantly a rural residential zoning, this land use designation would just correspond with what their existing zoning is. There's not the R1, R2, R3 more urban zoning that you find in the actual community residential area closer to the core. So there's a mixture of RU3s, RU4s, those rural residential zones. So this would just really recognize what's already existing in that Whiff and Spit area.
Councillor McMath.
When does the CRD meet to review OCPs?
So the timelines that were communicated to me just this morning from the Capital Regional District, because we were inquiring as to changing timelines, what are our drop dead dates, they indicated that if we can at the administrative level get a revised document to them by April 11th, then they can begin their administrative review and prepare the necessary report to take it forward to their Planning and Protective Services Committee meeting on May the 18th, which would then be followed by June 8th CRD board meeting. So that seems to be the sequence of events. They need to do their administrative review to get this on for May 18th, and then forward that on to the CRD board on the June 8th meeting. So those are the timelines that were communicated to me.
And then following that, should we not submit by April 11th? What is the secondary timeline?
We might be outside of that window at that time. So I can see if there's any additional dates after the 11th, like what is the next?
So do they meet bi-monthly or?
Yeah, so it needs to go to a board, a committee meeting, so the Planning and Protective Services Committee, and then from there, that recommendation is then forward on to the CRD board for approval. That's my understanding. So May 18th, June 8th. I believe there may be a July CRD board meeting, but I don't know how that corresponds with the committee meeting. So I can follow up with the staff at the CRD and see if those dates will not work.
then what is the next possible sequence of dates that have to be executed?
It would be great to have that because the one, like there's a few, but what the biggest issue that I have with this is that we've already had this discussion with the community and we made a decision that night that we would have another opportunity for public input in sort of an old fashioned forum where they can come in and speak with us and get a more fulsome understanding, because like we live in this, we work with this, we understand it, but for people who don't have that time and they need it in layman's terms and they want to feel comfortable with it. So to push this forward, it seems like we're reneging on like a verbal contract that we already agreed to the people that came with the room. These are the main concerns that came from that meeting, but there may be more that come through different groups that I'm just having a difficult time pushing through this timeline when I feel like we are reverting back on what we said we would do. And I don't know if it encapsulates all the other issues that may come forward in that public discussion that we have.
Thank you, Councillor McMath. Any other questions? Councillor St. Pierre. Councillor Beddoes, go ahead.
Yeah, just that I wouldn't mind commenting on it. My feeling is we're not reneging. We're still doing the public consultation, and it's a first reading. It's not a final of the bill. If some tremendous things come back, then we could stop the process. But in order for us to move forward, and the feeling we have now, and for myself and my committee that I work with, they feel that and I feel that these are the major concerns, and anything else that comes up, we can address them. We're not going to ignore them. We're going to give everybody the opportunity. All we're doing is going to first reading. It's not third reading, it's first reading. It allows staff to get on with the process, and we can consult with the public, even though we've had 18 months of consulting with the public. I understand COVID was going on. I think this is a great compromise. I think we can push ahead. We have an open house. We can deal with all those things that come up, and we can move forward. If not, then you're looking to the next council, which this whole OCP will sit on the shelf and gather dust. So.
Thank you, Councillor Beddoes. I will acknowledge that I understand where Councillor McMath is coming from, and I think that this is a good compromise, because what it does that's different from the last time is that it puts that consultation period prior to first reading. So once we get to first reading, we will be more informed through that consultation process with the public. And we can, if we need to, deny first reading because it is after that piece. The issue we had before is that we didn't have that public consultation. And so we would have moved first reading prior to meeting with the public to discuss any of the issues. This sort of gets both of those balls rolling at the same time and still allows us the opportunity to either move ahead with first reading or not post consultation. Councillor St. Pierre and then Councillor Bateman.
I would agree with what Councillor Logans is saying. I think what I see here, and I understand also Councillor McMath's concerns, and I agree with them, but at the same time, what we're asking staff to do here is to revise the document based on basically the input we've had from the community, so that when we go to an open house, they're actually dealing with an OCP that reflects a new iteration, because we have been listening. At that point, we're going to have to go at it again and figure out what additional amendments need to be made. But the community has been very clear on wanting something to be done about these particular items. So it makes sense to not present them with a version that will undoubtedly be changed, because then they're going to be thinking they're still not listening. And most of the debate is going to be about stuff we more or less figured we might want to change. If we change it and go ahead with this, we have a better chance of letting them really respond to what is likely to happen, would be my suggestion. And on April 11th, that's when we can decide whether or not we actually want to give it first reading. Right now, I think what I want to see is a draft with these amendments included. And that's really what I feel we're voting on right now. Or considering right now, we're not voting yet. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not wildly prepared for this tonight. I was prepared to bring forward a first, vote in favor of us moving towards first reading on April 11th. I'm curious as to why we wouldn't be considering on the night of April 11th these four recommendations. Yeah, that I would be in a better position to, I'm happy with much of this. However, I feel unprepared. And that's not a comfortable place for me. Yeah. And Councillor St. Pierre, you've noted that this is the community feedback we've received. Well, this is the community feedback we've received in these chambers, of course, and the document that was prepared and presented to us was rooted in the community feedback as interpreted by the OCP Advisory Committee, staff, and the consultants. So for us to cherry pick based on really valid and legitimate feedback from that segment of the public makes this a bit challenging for me. I'm fine with, hopefully when we come to a vote on this proposal, we can break it down into component parts. If indeed we're voting tonight on this.
It depends how long you want to be here. Sorry, go. Yeah, I mean, we don't have a motion on the table. I don't want to drag this one on too long. We can do the motion. I did want to cover one other piece before we start debating back and forth whether or not we should be voting on something that hasn't even been moved yet. But one question I wanted to ask staff would be, there is the 30-meter setback issue in here. And I think there was direction in some correspondence I have to consider the intent of that 30 meters and the possibility of applying the 30 meters to specific areas of Souk to allow for future public access, and look at it on a case-by-case basis rather than a broad application to the entire community. Is that direction that would be more helpful tonight, or is that something we could discuss with the public and get more information on and bring that forward if say this went ahead? Is there room for us to add that information in at first reading?
We can certainly remove and add any of the information as council sees beneficial to the development of the official community plan. So in terms of the 30 meters to 15 meters, that was just one area that should be highlighted, that we heard a lot of concerns from existing landowners. And while there may be existing landowners within the town center waterfront area, the intent of that specific designation is to develop that area. And so the idea would be, how do we recognize the potential of that 30-meter setback area for public access? And are we limiting ourselves through that development process by putting it down to 15 meters and cutting off future connection points? So something for council to consider, that yes, existing areas outside of the waterfront area where we've heard a lot of these concerns for homes and whatnot have been developed to maintain a 15-meter setback, but within the waterfront area development potential, do we still want to have 30 meters for consideration on a case-by-case basis for public access?
Thank you.
Yeah, I think all I'm looking for tonight is to pass these 3 items, because the public was adamant about that. 4 items, okay, but the 3 are the ones that I was really concerned with. But anyways, 4, sorry. And then we can look at first reading on April 11th, is it? And see how we feel then. We'll see what comes into it. But my feeling is that once we get these 3 items out of the way, and I look at those people that all up in arms in the last 2-3 weeks that came here and were quite adamant, if you addressed all those things, the room would almost be empty. So I don't know what the future will bring, but I mean, I'm pretty sure, I feel very confident that we can move on these 3 items or 4 items and not jeopardize anything. I mean, I think we're going to go there anyways. I don't think anybody disagrees there. And when it comes down to the town center, 30 meters versus 15, that's a good one to have on the agenda for the open house in May. And we'll see what feedback we get, because I can see some movement in that respect. But I think that's one what we need to go back to the public with and saying, okay, we pulled it back here for these reasons. And what do you think about the town center? Because the town center, there is some people believe that we should have that 30 meters because of possible boardwalks and whatnot in the future. But that's for the public to tell us. And that was the whole idea of all this consultation for the past 18 months and the last few weeks here, very intense, which was great. I loved it because those were things that were not necessarily missed. The committee was aware of those things, but it was a council decision. So if it's a council decision, let's decide on those, because I mean, I don't know, I heard loud and clear, and then we can move and we'll see what else falls out. But let's deal with these first. These are concrete things that people were concerned about, and we have solutions for all of them. So I'd like to move ahead and at least get these out of the way and see where we go on the 11th.
And before you go, McMath, I just want to say, it is in May, isn't it? I got my dates mixed up, so we wouldn't have the consultation prior to this.
Yeah, that's what I'm just going to comment on. And also, I'm still uncomfortable with what's being proposed right now on the screen as a motion, because we don't have that secondary timeline. I don't know that if we don't support this timeline, that's our only option to complete an OCP before end of term. And more importantly, and what was unanimous across all the groups, was that they're not fully comfortable with where it's at. And so for them to have some comfortability, education, and closure, they would like to have that opportunity to come together in a public forum. So how do I justify moving this motion when I can't say, well, if I don't do it by then, we're not going to have this OCP complete before the end of our terms? So that's where I'm struggling right now. So for me, I can't justify moving this motion forward because I don't have that information. So I can't defend it in public, or justify it, I should say.
Councillor St. Pierre. All right. Sounds like we're at a bit of a stalemate. Would you like to move your motion, or would you like to move on?
Well, in the discussion, I feel pretty confident that these things need to be moved, and whether we move them now or in the 11th or in May or June, this is what the public wants. We have plenty of opportunity. If we move these ones and we go back to consultation in May and find out there is some movement in some areas that we can go to a 30-meter setback, the public will tell us, and that's what we need to do. But at this point in time, I heard loud and clear by the people here and the people on the street that telling me that they would sue us if we tried to downvalue their property by going to 30 meters. So, I mean, that to me is just, we just cannot do that to people. And the sooner we give them a decision on that, regardless of what happens to the OCP, that we're not trying to do that to them, the better it is for them. I mean, you saw that gentleman here tonight, and he just got wind of it, and which is funny because we've been talking about it for some time. And he was beside himself with concern. And so were those other people that were here for 2 weeks in a row, the same people, very, very concerned about that. And let's stop messing around. I was going to use some other terms, and let's solve that problem. It's easily solved. And if we need to fine tune it in May, we can fine tune it, but let's get on with this process. There's some things that were just glaringly wrong that we need to fix. Let's fix it. That's what it comes to council for, that decision. We're going to ask for another staff report, then another staff report. We had a staff report from the first time, and a very good staff report. So, I mean, let's right this wrong, get it back in the public, and see what falls out of the rest of the OCP. If it's garbage, we'll hear about it, and we'll hear about it before we adopt it. It's only first reading. It's not second reading. It's not third reading. And we're not going to first reading tonight. This just schedules it. I don't think we can go to first reading tonight. There'd have to be some notice. That's why it's going on to the 11th. But these are just, I don't know, were you guys sitting at the same meeting I was? I mean, it was pretty evident what there was concern about it, and a lot of concern. Let's deal with it. Get it out of the way. We can concentrate on other things in the OCP. Sorry.
We were all, most of us anyhow, at that meeting and voted differently at that time, but I do understand where you're coming from. We'll pass that over to staff. Go ahead.
So obviously not confirmed by CRD staff, but I was able to do a search online to find a revised March 18th, 2022 committee and boards schedule for dates as per some of the questioning just now. So as I'd mentioned, May 18th was the next committee meeting where this could go forward. Their schedule is indicating July 20th would then be the next meeting after May 18th. So those committee meetings have to happen before it gets forward to the CRD board for approval. So with that, the CRD board would be meeting on June 8th to correspond with that May 18th date. The next meeting would be July 13th. So that is before the July 20th committee meeting. So we wouldn't be able to make that board meeting. The next one indicated is August 10th, and that shows that it's at the call of the chair, being in August during that month. And then what I'm reading here is September 21st, and in brackets, it says special for budget. And then October 20th is the next one that doesn't have any other indicators. And then you're into November now, and that's inaugural meeting.
Thank you very much for that. That is great information. I think that helps us a lot. I will go to Councillor Lajeunesse.
Yeah, I'm comfortable moving forward with these changes now, because I think we heard loud and clear that we need to make these changes, and the Westridge Trails development. I've talked to several people, tradespeople, one who recently moved to Souk, and he's been trying for a year and a half to buy a lot to build himself a house, and he hasn't been able to get one. And I think the housing needs assessment that was done last year, the year before, clearly stated that we need a range of housing types, and I agree that we need to focus on developing the downtown, but not at the expense of everything else. And so I think that the Westridge Trails needs to come out. We need to have those lots available for people to build, because we do need a range of housing types. Not everyone wants to live in a condo. And so, yeah, I'm happy to move this forward and carry on.
Thank you. I do want to caution council that we need to keep an open mind when going into the open house. The language I'm hearing around the table suggests otherwise. So Anything can happen between now and the open house and at the open house and at the April 11th meeting. So we do need to be open-minded to the possibility of changing these items again, regardless of what we've heard in the past. Councillor Beddoes, would you like to move this motion?
Sure, you want to read the whole thing?
I'll make you do it, yeah.
Oh, thank you. Okay, that council directs staff to revise the draft official community plan to address the following. Section 3.14, comprehensive development additional direction, replace the second bullet from consent to consult. Whiff and spit land use designation of community residential be replaced with rural residential, including a neighborhood area plan boundary similar to section 3.15 Billings/Kaltassin neighborhood area plan. Development permit area guidelines for the foreshore area replace 30 meters with 15 meters. Lot 6, Plan VIP 26066, West Ridge Trails land designation from rural residential is replaced with community residential. And that council directs staff to bring forward a revised draft official community plan consideration for first reading at the April 11th, 2022 regular council meeting. That is my
Thank you
motion.
very much. So that is a motion by Councillor Beddoes, Councillor, oh dear, thank you. It's getting late. Councillor St. Pierre has seconded that motion. Before we vote on it, I just want to say, please keep your hands up so I can see who's for and or against this motion. Any further discussion on the motion? Councillor Bateman.
Yeah.
Or Councillor Beddoes?
No,
Oh,
I
okay,
should shut
okay.
my mic off.
Thank you.
So I'll be voting against this motion as much as I'm in favor of 3 of the 4 items on this. I'd like to be able to explain at some length my rationale for the 4th of my options here. I think it could be done at the first reading on April 11th. And I think asking those who are alarmed by what we see here, they now know that we're moving forward with these items. And it was just a matter of how many days? 16 days from now. So.
Any others, or can we move on? Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Oh.
I think that based on the information that Mr. Paulo has given us, we need to be as expeditious as possible. I think it is our responsibility to continue being vigilant throughout the process. We have additional opportunities to make amendments. I think the community will come out loud and clear and tell us what they think about the setback in either direction. We've heard from lots of people today on both sides. So I'm hoping we could still come to a compromise, but I don't think we should slow down this process. I don't think we should. I think we need to meet our obligations. We said we try and get the OCP done. I'd like to see us move forward. The process is pretty clear. There's going to be multiple opportunities for amendments. We have to make additional amendments. I suggest we move forward because otherwise we might lose the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Go ahead.
Could I ask a question through you to staff?
Yeah.
Okay, so if we do go to first reading on April 11th, that means you can begin the referral process at that point and get it to the CRD by May 18th, and if we pass it.
That's correct. Because we'll have a motion from council approving first reading, if that's the outcome of April 11th, then we pass that on to the CRD saying to the committee here, council has supported this at first reading. This is now our regional context statement that they're going to be honing in on specifically for their approval to then forward that on to the actual CRD board after the committee's reviewed that.
Great. Any further questions or comments? All right, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And opposed? That is carried. Councillor Bateman opposed. Thank you, everyone, for bringing that forward and having a good discussion about it. Yeah, that's what we do. So we'll move on to our reports. With 40 minutes left in the official evening, we can do this. 12.1 are First Nations art on fire truck. I will turn that over to staff. I imagine our fire chief has something to say.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Council. Yeah, so tonight we have before you a report. We're looking for a recommendation that council approve the addition of local First Nations art onto the Souk Fire Rescue Engine. The report is fairly straightforward and brief. I'm happy to answer any questions. Just to let you know, I'm coming into this project, maybe halfway, just based on my inception here in Souk. I think it's a great initiative. It will only enhance our relationship with the Sauk Nation, and I'm excited to see it through to the end. So, but I'd be happy to answer questions if there is any. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was really great to see the picture because it helped me visualize what it might look like. I think it will, personally, I like the idea. I think it will look fantastic. Any comments or questions? Oh, we'll go to Councillor Lajeunesse first.
Yeah, I guess the only question I have, would the rest of the equipment also be getting similar treatment in the future?
I think as you're aware, we currently have all of our apparatus has the crest on the doors of each fire apparatus. I don't know if there's been discussion on doing the entire fleet with this particular artwork, but that's something that I guess could be considered at another point in time. But so to answer your question, just this vehicle at this point in time. Thank you.
Question?
A question, more comment that one of your vehicles has a sticker for Brenda Parkinson, the late councillor, and good to see a evolving set of options on fleet. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And I do believe it's the aerial ladder that has that recognition on it. Yes, thanks.
Councillor St. Pierre. Thank you very much. So Councillor St. Pierre just had no mic, so I'll read it again. That's okay. That moved that council approve the addition of local First Nations art onto the Souk Fire Rescue Engine, and that is seconded by Councillor Lajeunesse. Any discussion on the motion? All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor, and that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Item 12.2, our Community Volunteer Recognition Program. Do we have a report on this?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a brief overview. At the February 28th council meeting, a staff report was presented providing several options for council to recognize committee volunteers. At that meeting, council requested further information regarding the hosting of an outdoor event to be held in Ed McGregor Park this July, as well as additional information on options to recognize volunteers moving forward. Throughout my presentation, I'll refer to either committee volunteers or community volunteers to differentiate between those who volunteer specifically on a district committee or those who volunteer at any number of community organizations operating in Souk. The report in front of council this evening provides updated quotes for a July committee volunteer event with up to 100 guests. You'll note some cost estimates have increased since the February 28th staff report due to vendors being unavailable. 4 options are presented for this 2022 committee volunteer recognition, including mailing of letters or certificates, an indoor event in council chambers with light refreshments, and 2 outdoor events, one at Ed McGregor Park and one at the Souk Region Museum. The cost for an Ed McGregor Park event is estimated as $500 higher to allow for rental of an additional catering tent in the event the covered stage area is deemed to be too small. Either outdoor option includes a catered reception style meal. Aside from how to recognize committee volunteers in 2022, tonight's report also provides background information on historical community-wide volunteer recognition events and provides options for council to determine a path forward for ongoing community and committee volunteer recognition. Beginning in 2001, the district supported an arm's length volunteer recognition program coordinated by a member of the Souk Region Historical Society. 6 events to recognize community volunteers were held between 2001 and 2013 with a robust nomination and selection process and over 350 volunteers being recognized. When the volunteer coordinator retired in 2013, the district took over this role, although admittedly not to the same extent that it had been done previously. In 2016, the district launched an administrative process through which community volunteers could be nominated, and council recognized 4 individuals at a ceremony in council chambers in 2017. Since this time, no community-wide volunteer recognition event has been hosted by the district. Should council wish to establish a volunteer recognition program that extends to both committee and community volunteers, staff recommend that a policy be drafted and resources be assigned. This is presented as option 1 in the staff report. Should council wish to formalize how committee-only volunteers are recognized, staff recommend that the existing committee structure and function policy be amended. This is presented as option 2 in the staff report. Should council wish to acknowledge volunteers in an ad hoc manner as directed by council at any given time, no resolution is required. This is presented as option 3. Regardless of which option council chooses for ongoing recognition, the outstanding matter of a 2022 thank you for committee-only volunteers remains. These are presented as options A through D. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Temple. Do we have any questions? Councillor St. Pierre.
I was wondering if we had the option of assisting the Historical Society in having a volunteer coordinator again through a service agreement and potentially reducing, honestly, stress on our staff capacity to do that work and possibly helping them with their capacity at the same time. The event could then be held at the Historical Society, potentially to get things rolling, but just a thought. And wondering if it's actually a viable option.
I think that could be an option that could be explored under option 1, which would be to resource a event for both community and committee volunteers. That is something we could look at.
Has the Sauk Region Volunteer Center been contacted and consulted? Because I feel like that would fall under something they might do. It kind of feels wrong that they're not included in this as they're kind of our community's direct contact for any volunteer opportunities in this community. So if we are doing anything beyond council committee volunteer recognition, I would feel weird moving ahead without them being included in this as well. Councillor Beddoes?
Yeah, I thought this was a celebration for all those committees that we've commissioned in the last couple of years. That was the thank you to them. I wasn't sure we were going much broader than that, so maybe I missed something here, but the idea was, you know, we had climate action, we had the OCP, opt-out, all these ones, and these are the people that worked hard for us in our term. And that's what we were going to be celebrating. So I'm not sure if we're not trying to do more than what we originally set out to do. I'm kind of happy with just doing it those committees that we've had a lot of community input, and we honor those people rather than seems to be pretty broad in some of these others. I understand staff has given us all these options. But I thought originally we were just planned that, okay, we had all these committees. Let's give them a thank. They put in countless hours and we need to thank them. So I would like to stick to that. And I don't really care whether it's at the museum or at McGregor Park, either or. It's $500 if it rains more. So I'd like to explore those 2 options.
Thank you. Yeah, definitely that's an option here and possibly the original intent, but it's nice to have this additional info as well, especially as we move along. I'll go to Councillor McMath.
I would like to do a bit of a hybrid, so I'd like to do option A and then option second C. And then I would, before we do that, I would like to incorporate the Sauk Historical Society. I don't just want to honor the groups that Councillor Beddoes just mentioned. I would like to honor the entire volunteer community because Sauk is known to be the volunteer capital of the world. And there are so many groups that I think morally really could use the boost of that recognition. You talk to the Sauk Food Bank, Meals on Wheels program, they have never the numbers that they receive through this pandemic that we've all gone through are astonishing. And so we haven't had the opportunity. So I'd like to combine A and second C. I would defer until we could connect with the Sooke Historical Society and their connections there. And then I just threw chair to staff, how are you capturing the community volunteers that aren't the council committee volunteer groups? How are you capturing those people?
Currently, we are not. So the recommendation, should we choose to try and capture those groups, would be to develop a robust program that would lay out exactly how we would call for nominations, who would be eligible, and come back to you with a report that says, here's how we propose to make sure that we're not missing anybody, should we choose to do that larger community-wide volunteer recognition.
I think for our first, like, whatever we're calling it, ceremony recognition, it's not selecting out specific volunteers. It's rather just a blanket acknowledgement and appreciation and recognition. That's what I would like to see this first ceremony to look like. And then going forward, we can have that piece that staff just mentioned.
Thank you. First time speakers, Councillor Lajeunesse, then Bateman.
Yeah, it feels a bit like we're talking about two different things here. I think if we, like, we're in a position to recognize the committee volunteers that we've commissioned. But maybe we're not in the best position to look at kind of community-wide volunteers. And I think that's where her worship was referring to the community volunteer organizations, and maybe have them ask them to bring forward the volunteers, and maybe that's a separate process than what we originally were talking about with the committee volunteers. If that makes any sense.
It does. Thank you. Her worship is Mayor Maya Tate. She is not present tonight, but I am the chair this evening. Thank you. Thanks for the flattery, though. Councillor Bateman.
Thank you, Chair Logans. I think the staff report does provide us with two very clear options. This first set of options, it states 2022 volunteer recognition, but I believe that means committee volunteer recognition. And then the second part is the ongoing program. So I did reach out to the volunteer center today, Christine Bossy, and let her know about tonight's meeting. And I told her about a conversation I had at CD Saturday with Marlene Barry, who was the key figure in getting that volunteer center set up. And she was saying post-pandemic, there's a volunteer crisis in Sooke, you know, and maybe not at the food bank and at Meals on Wheels. There is there too. Okay, so she was just talking about the existing core of volunteers are aging out or finding other interests. The next wave of potential volunteers are burned out by their busy lifestyles and just don't have the time. And during the pandemic, many people have rethought their lives and priorities. And she said that a lot of people are getting online education. They just don't have time to volunteer at the moment. So it strikes me, I agree, I think we should honor our committee volunteers. But this larger community volunteer event, it seems that there's a need now to really dig deep and start recruiting this next generation. So Christine Bossy was telling me that in, as she said at the your committee meeting the other day, they have a volunteer fair and a nonprofit roundtable to reconnect everyone in their volunteer community. And they're continuing to, they're going to resume some nonprofit workshops on recruitment and best practices. And then it strikes me that we're looking, you know, they could really utilize council contingency beneficence, you know, maybe $5,000 or something. But I'm looking at this in-person event. I'd love an in-person event. It could be a big community picnic. It strikes me to throw a party for $6,000. It would be something very special. Whereas I think most people would be prepared to bring their own chairs, BYOBB, burgers, buns, chairs, and just make it a really casual event among those committee members who'd like to. And the Sooke Lionesses have said they'd be there on the 24th. I'm sure they could deliver a hot dog or, veggie burger meal for a fraction of that cost. So I just think it's important to recognize this new reality in the volunteer capital of Canada, which Alita Pierce coined. And she said it's a lighthearted kind of claim. It's unverifiable, but we are a volunteer capital. So I don't know where I'm going. I'd like to suggest we do option C, but at a dramatically reduced price, and to utilize some of that money for the volunteer center as it rebuilds.
Thank you. I do have to agree. It's not just Souk though that is struggling with volunteers right now. It is everyone. Everyone is struggling with that. I volunteer with Special Olympics, and it's impossible now for us to get coaches, even the ones that were coaches in previous years and for many years, because it's just like people are struggling right now with that transition of COVID, being in tight restrictions and then moving through all the different restrictions that we have still in place for gatherings and everything. So it's an odd transition period, I think, for volunteers. So that crisis is felt way beyond the walls of our community. And it coming from an engagement background, working without key pieces or key organizations in this community to determine the challenges and find out where those pinch points are, and not consulting with organizations like the Volunteer Center to come up with a list of people that we should be recognizing, or coming up with a way that is, I guess, best suited to celebrate doesn't really make sense to me. But I think you sort of alluded to this, and I'll throw it out there. It may be a good idea for us at this time to do something for our committee members. I completely agree with Councillor Beddoes. Like, they need to be thanked for the countless hours they've put into to the changes that we currently see in this community. But as for a broader event that will take so much coordination with multiple organizations to make it really the thing that it should be at the time that it should be. And I would say that anyone who's interested in doing something, they can certainly partner with us through the grant application process, which is coming up, and they could apply for a grant to do some sort of recognition program, whether it be just for their little circle or for the broader community that we could work with them towards and still apply funding to. But for us as the District of Souk to impose this on our volunteer organizations and say, this is what we're doing, we hope you can make it this day, it doesn't really make sense. I would rather us work directly with them to be, so that we're consulted by those organizations who are the experts, and provide some funding that way. So I agree with Councillor McMath that I want both of these things to happen, but I think our job tonight is to make sure that our committee members are recognized and be open to the opportunity to have additional celebrations in the community. Councillor Beddoes, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I think we go back to what we sort of proposed in the beginning, and it was just the committee members. And I believe there was 107. I think that number somewhere around there. And this budget reflects that the 100. Now, if we make it to 250, you better up the budget. I'm a little bit lost, and I don't know why, but I do budgets all the time, and it seems like a lot of money for even Ed McGregor Park. I know what the Lioness do. I went to a funeral on Saturday with about 100 people there, and the spread they put out was just super, and I know it didn't cost thousands of dollars. So I don't know what the $6,000 is for. I mean, I assume staff is competent that they do a budget, but maybe that's staff time too, or overtime or whatever it is, that's all worked in there. But I think we keep it simple. Let's do our committees and let's honor them. And, it's been a great, it's a wind up for a year too. And these are the people that supported us. And even though they probably got a few thorns from some of us at times, but they put their heart and soul into this community, and we can count on them in the future. So anyway, I'd like to proceed with just that. And I don't care whether it's at Ed McGregor or the museum. Doesn't matter to me.
Any other, we kind of made this questions and comments, but I'm going to go to Councillor Lajeunesse.
I just have one clarification.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Beddoes and Councillor Logan's, Chair Logan's. I think you kind of said what I wanted to say in you used more words than I did, but I would prefer that we do it at the museum. They have a covered area that is all weather proof, and also in the spirit of this idea that the work that they do for the community is valued, and if we can support them by having them host the event, I think that's a nice gesture on our part as well.
Councillor Beddoes and McMath.
Well, we got to do what the chair says. Like I say, I chaired the museum historical society for a good number of years, and I know their capabilities down there, and catering for an event like this. I'm scratching my head when I can see I don't know whether they would go to the Lioness and have them do it, because they do their own baking and stuff like that. And I've been down and doing projects at the museum, and there's Lauren Christensen, flipping burgers at the last minute. I'm not so sure. I don't know. They do cater some events. They catered some busloads of people, but I guess that needs to be fleshed out. And that's up to staff, I guess, to see if they can do it. But I'm inclined to go to Ed McGregor under the Lioness. But again, I think a lot of the museum and historical society. So I just wondered if it's something they do that.
Just to add to that, some of the costs when we look at having an event at Ed McGregor have to do with, I know that Councillor Bateman suggested maybe people could bring their own chairs, but if we were going to do a sit down dinner, some of the costs really start to add up when we bring in tables and things like plates and cutlery. We have to rent all of that and have it delivered. So there are some cost savings there that I think we would see at the museum, because they do have most of that stuff, and that, yes, they do offer a catering service at the museum as well. So our budgets, we've tended to put them at what we think the maximum will be, so we can get approval for up to a certain amount. I do think there will be some cost savings to be had, but that's the sort of things that have gone into to those budgets, is to bring in the infrastructure to have a meal with people.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Through the chair to staff, is there a reason why we can't have a reception style here?
To have a meal, a sit down meal?
Yeah, you have in person with it being at council chambers, and it's coming in around 1,200 with just light refreshments. And then for your following two, you have a reception style, which I imagine the increase is due to the items that you just mentioned. Is there any reason why we can't host it here?
I think we're looking at around 100 people. I'm not sure if we have the capacity to have a sit down meal, but I think we could have a reception style, a modified reception style here. I think that would be an option as well. I think some of the preference was for an outdoor event, which is why we gave those two options, but anything's possible within the capacity limits of the building.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Another thing to consider about this space is our technology. Like, these things are jiggly enough as it is, and moving all the wires around would concern me personally. All right, where are we going with this? Councillor St. Pierre.
I'll make the motion. Where is it? The council directs staff to plan and execute a volunteer recognition activity for 2022 that is in accordance with the report option, I think C, but it's the Suka Region Museum option. And that funding up to an amount of 5,500 be provided from council contingency. Sorry?
Committee.
This is for committee. Sorry, there was no place for that, this motion. So yes, for committee volunteers.
Okay, wonderful. And second by Councillor Lajeunesse. Any further discussion on the motion?
I was surprised it was a sit down. I thought it was just gonna be finger food. but either or.
Well, you can vote against it if you want.
No, I'm not going there.
I think we want finger foods. Anyway.
I would love some chicken fingers right now. All right, so I will call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Next item on the agenda. Before we go into, I have to step out because I have a conflict of interest for 12.3, but before we do that, since I'm going to be out, I wanted to perhaps pass a motion that we move. I don't want to because y'all know how much I hate it, but do we want to, I will say, do we want to go past 11? Our guests do not, clearly.
I just want to say thank you so much for your commitment. And
Appreciated, Ms. Belford. Thank you. So before I step out of the room, let's deal with that administrative piece first and see if we would like to work past 11. We have several items on the agenda. I think we can do it before 11:30.
You're saying that, I'll go for it. But yeah.
If I'm sick,
If you're saying
it must be a situation.
so I'll move that.
Okay, Councillor Bateman has moved that we work past 11 this evening. Does anyone second that motion? Because I will not.
Councillor Beto.
Councillor Beto seconds it.
Yeah, it's instead of coming back another day, let's just get her done.
Any further discussion? Yeah.
Through the chair to staff, is there something on this agenda that you would like us to capture tonight? And if so, can you speak to what it is, please?
12.5 is 13.1. Does it need?
It can, 13.1 can wait, 12.5 just because there's a grant.
So is it a friendly amendment? If we extend it to just include 12.5 and then the remaining items, we cap the meeting just after 12 or just including 12.5 and the one you're about to recuse yourself from.
So we're still going for 12.3.
Item 12.3 could also be postponed if you wanted to do that.
So we are only looking at 12.5.
Could I intervene?
Absolutely,
And just say,
we definitely need to.
12.4, It's important.
I know that there's some processes moving ahead with 12.4, and it would be good to have that dealt with tonight.
Is it a timely,
I think
time-sensitive
it
issue?
is, yeah,
Okay,
I understand. There's some meetings with the Ministry of Agriculture.
oh, yes, that is true. So the item 12.4 has an upcoming meeting with the Minister of Agriculture within days of this meeting today. So it is important, if this were to go ahead, that they have this information to bring forward to the minister. So I do agree that would be a timely one as well. So 12.4 and 12.5. And if we agree to push everything else to the next agenda, save for our council verbal reports.
We can skip this.
Okay. And the secondary?
I'll second.
Great. Oh, we had a motion on the table.
So I
Sorry.
rescind my motion.
Sorry, we'll go to staff to clarify.
In terms of whether it's a friendly amendment, you could ask your mover and your seconder, who were Councillor Bateman and Councillor Betos, if the extend past 11 p.m. to include items 12.4 and 12.5 while postponing all others to the next regular council meeting. If
That's
that's agreeable to everyone. then-
You betcha.
Well
You've
said.
got the
That's
power.
right. That's right.
Okay, great. So any
would-
further discussion? Are we good? All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I will stay right here in this chair and we will have Councillor St. Pierre step out. Can you please, before you do, declare your conflict and why? Thank you. On the mic.
The pilot project is, if we move forward, it's happening on our property, on our co-op.
So Councillor St. Pierre is declaring a conflict. We'll come get you once we're done. All right, so item 12.4 is the partnership and green plan to develop Farm Village Hamlet pilot project. Is there a report on this?
Yes.
Oh, go ahead. Councillor
Very quickly, I'm watching the clock. 10:58, the alarms are going to go at 11 o'clock. So I'll try and get this done so I can run downstairs. So thank you, Madam Chair. This report is in support of a pilot project to help increase farm production on ALR land, but it could also be used for all rural zone parcels. There are many benefits to pursuing this pilot, but a major component is the correlation between farm labor and housing that's integral to its success. So real quickly, 4 key strategies to this project, which are in the report and are quite defined in the report. The farm group, which identifies the participants and provide knowledge and training to the participants on how to continue to work and increase production on their farm. The farm plan determines the appropriate use of the land, the housing and conservation components for the use of the land. There will be a farm bylaw which develops zoning that works for the District of Sauk, the Agricultural Land Commission, and the farm owners. So tantamount to a CD spot zoning for each parcel that comes forward for consideration for this type of hamlet. And the 4th key component is farm growth, which is the regular review of the farm performance based on the farm plan that is adopted. So as you all have seen this many times before, under the climate adaptation for a healthy and resilient Sauk, food security is one of the pillars, and this will be developed as the food security piece in our climate adaptation in our climate action plan. I'm under the impression that we can absorb the anticipated work that goes into this into our current work plans, and no additional resources are required at this time. If that changes, I will come back to council with resources. But at this point, there's a pretty solid consulting team. They will be chasing some other funding opportunities. So really, it'll be with us just looking at the farm bylaw in particular in the zoning pieces. So with that, I'll leave you with, I'll end my presentation and leave you with the recommendation that council direct staff to work with Green Plan on a pilot project to increase agricultural production on ALR lands to improve food security, local economic development, and provide housing for farm workers as part of our climate action plan.
Thank you very much, Mr. McInnes. I think that is a great opportunity to address that strategic goal for food security, which has kind of been our one missing piece. So it'd be nice to wrap that up. Anyone want to move that?
I want to move.
Oh, Councillor Bateman wants to move it and Councillor McMath really wants to second it. So we're moving that along. Any further discussion or any discussion?
Yeah, as the mover, I'll just say this is a big deal for Sauk. This is a pilot project. There's some significant heavyweights involved in this. Jack Anderson, Guy Dauncey, Heather Pritchard, Farm Folk, City Folk, Kent Mullinax at Kwantlen College. It's an idea that's been discussed for a while now. That Sauk had the village farm proposal maybe a decade ago. And from their leftover funds, they passed that on to the district to hire Jack Anderson of Green Plan. Came to the Climate Action Committee last month. We were all wildly excited and yeah, bravo.
That's a pro from Bateman. And Lajeunesse.
Yeah, I was at the Climate Action Committee meeting when the consultant was here, and yeah, I think it's a fabulous plan and we should jump on it.
Great. Any further discussion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously, and we can invite Councillor St. Pierre back in for item 12.5.
Tony.
What about this one?
I think we've got it.
All right, order in the court. Final item on the agenda, item 12.5, the Little River pedestrian crossing, and we'll send that over to staff for a presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To council, report in front of you tonight is for consideration to support the Mamio Creek pedestrian crossing and to have staff submit a grant application and to commit to our share of the funds. So National Transportation Fund opened up this year. They opened up a $400 million grant opportunity. Not quite ready to submit for major TMP projects, but we want to make use of this fund. Staff have had consultants revised estimates because of the change of an economy and the pricing we're dealing with. Overall, there is $2 million in the financial plan 5-year for 2023-2024 to support this. The new cost estimates have come in at approximately $2.2 million. So there would be a minor amendment required to the financial plan to support an additional $205,000 approximately. The funding could be amended within the plan, repurposing the community works fund or building fund. Other words, the gas tax money that's within the financial plan already. It's an excellent opportunity. If successful, project would be completed through 2023, 2024, meet all the deadlines of the grant for completion of 2026. And yeah, following resolutions in front of council for consideration to support staff with making this grant application and to commit to the district share of funding amount in $871,740.
Thank you for the great report, Mr. Carter. And any questions for staff? Go ahead, Councillor Bates.
Yeah, through you to Mr. Carter. So there's, under this 2023 project funding, $266,000 in property taxes, which does equal to Ms. Gray could tell us maybe a 3.5% tax increase for next year. So it's challenging, given that this will be the next council's responsibility to okay this next budget. How committed are we? I guess you get a successful grant application and then we are perhaps not committed fully. If we get it, then we must commit. Yeah.
So through Madam Chair to Councillor Bateman, what you're seeing in the financial plan right now is already approved at a $266,000 for a tax increase. There is no change in that. This is just repurposing an additional $205,000 from where gas tax has been allocated in the fund. The commitment would be a resolution of commitment to support the total amount. Upon successful notification of the grant is when I would work with Ms. Gray to bring forward an amendment to the financial plan that would be considered by council at that time.
So just to be clear, so in the 2023 capital plan, we've committed this property tax revenue.
Correct.
Right. And of course, the only plan we're held to is the capital plan of the current year. And future councils can change that capital plan as they see fit.
Correct.
Councillor McMath, go ahead.
I'm gonna make the recommendation that council direct staff to submit an application for grant funding for the Little River pedestrian crossing through the Government of Canada's Active Transportation Fund, and that council supports the project and commits to its share of $871,740 of the project in the 2023-2027 financial plan.
Can you say that 10 times fast? Okay, that is moved by Councillor McMath and seconded by Councillor Lajeunesse. Any further discussion? Go ahead.
Yeah, I think if the last couple of weeks have taught us anything, it's that we need a different way for kids to get to school than to be driven by their parents. Because with spring break, the traffic issues that we've been having tapered off to nothing. And I think we need to get this done sooner rather than later.
Yes, absolutely. Shocked how fast it was getting. It was 40 minutes for me to get from downtown to Souk today. 40 minutes. Whew. So yes, this would be great. Okay, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. All right. Did we want to do Council Verver? Then we just need to move adjournment. That's moved by Councillor St. Pierre and seconded by Councillor Bateman. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. And thank you.